plane to fly at higher angle of attack, and thus keep it from speeding up as it feels the additional weight of the G-load. And, at least in simple principle, no foot pressure on the rudder because the tail fin is active enough anyway or really overactive in turning the airplane. But the flying of a turn will be discussed in a later chapter. Right now, something else should be made clear. A warning. That the average airplane really wants to spiral dive is the cause of an effect that has cost many a life and should be more clearly appreciated by many people, especially by people on the outskirts of aviation. Student pilots, teachers of aeronautics in high schools, aviation officials of various sorts. The exact causal connection is too involved to trace here, but the effect is this. If an untutored person tries to fly an airplane and uses the controls in the manner that seems most natural to him, responding most energetically and most quickly to those disturbances that naturally impinge most sharply on his consciousness, the flight will almost certainly end in a spiral dive and a crash. This goes in the first place for any attempt on the part of pilots to fly on instruments without proper instruction. The spiral dive comes usually after a very few minutes. It goes next for any attempt to fly a conventional airplane without previous instruction. And it makes no difference how cool-headed or intelligent the would-be flyer is. It goes, therefore, especially for kids who want to steal an airplane and fly it without previous instruction. The probabilities are slightly less unfavorable in such a case than they are for a contact pilot's instrument flying, but they are still disastrously unfavorable. Therefore, it ought to be made common knowledge that the untutored attempt at flying will end in a spiral dive as surely as a first attempt at skiing will end in a heavy sit-down. And this warning goes very much for those enthusiasts who still advocate large-scale flight training, possibly of high school kids, in primary gliders. In such ships, the flyer is on his own from the very first hop-on. What's worse, he begins to learn his flying while skimming on the ground, when the airplane's responses to the controls and its inherent tendencies are all falsified by this fact of ground contact. When the pupil finally gets into the air, he knows really nothing about the real tendencies of his ship and the real effects of his controls. Experience shows that, in fact, the typical glider accident is not the stall or the spin, but a spiral dive. Disregarding the glider pilots properly trained during the war, and disregarding a few very able pilots, one might almost say that few gliders are flown more than a couple of hours total flying time before ships' and pilots' career is interrupted, to say the least, by a spiral dive crash. This is not because gliders are necessarily more unstable than power planes, but because in the past, many glider pilots were self-trained by the hop, skip, and jump method in very short jumps, and were thus bound to spiral dive helplessly the first time that the combination of flight circumstances invited a spiral dive. Chapter 8. That Thing Called Torque. Of the several stupid things about the present airplane, the most stupid is that thing called torque. That insistent tendency of the airplane to turn to the left which forces the pilot to hold some right rudder pressure throughout most maneuvers merely to keep the airplane straight. The effect is clearly due to the power plant, for it shows strongest at wide-open throttle and it is absent in a power-off glide. It has something to do not only with the speed at which the engine is turning, but also with how hard it is pulling. At any given throttle setting, it is the stronger the more slowly the airplane is flying. For example, takeoff runs, climbs, and steep turns require right rudder pressure. Dives, the other extreme, sometimes require left rudder pressure merely to keep straight. Now, it is bad enough that an airplane has a rudder at all, seeing that the only purpose of the rudder is to cover up the mistakes of the designers. But it is even worse that this annoying effect, torque, makes it impossible to use the rudder in a consistent, simple, logical fashion. Because of torque, we fly straight holding right rudder, we dive straight holding left rudder, and we sometimes go around left turns holding right rudder. And although we know it is one of the worst sins of the pilot to hold rudder during a turn, we do hold right rudder during a right turn because of torque. Torque messes up our whole handling of the controls and is especially annoying to beginners, since correct footwork on the rudder is the most difficult part of elementary flying anyway. Torque makes learning to fly doubly difficult. To add to the confusion, this left-turning tendency is misnamed. It is not even due to the effect that most pilots blame for it. Torque is not really torque at all. But let's see. 3 theories have currency around the airports concerning the cause of this left-turning tendency. All 3 have their points and are worth understanding, but all 3 are not equally important. Only one really hits the spot. It may be best to clear away the less important ones first. The spinning top. Some old-timer might tell you that what makes the airplane turn to the left is a gyroscopic effect. This is true sometimes. The engine and propeller of an airplane are definitely a gyroscope. That is, they are a rapidly spinning body that has considerable mass. If such a spinning mass is disturbed so as to change its axis of rotation, in this case so as to swing the ship's nose up or down or to one side, the spinning body does not respond to the disturbing force as a non-spinning body would respond, that is, by simply obeying that force. Instead, it precesses sideways, that is, evades the force at right angles. In the case of an airplane with the usual clockwise turning propeller, pulling the nose up produces a gyroscopic effect that swerves the nose to the right. Kicking the nose to the right by rudder produces a gyroscopic effect that makes the ship nose down. Pushing the stick forward makes the nose swerve to the left. Kicking the nose to the left by rudder makes it come up. Old-timers knew that. Many pursuit ships during the First World War were powered by rotary engines. The crankshaft was fixed, and cylinders and crankcases rotated around it, along with the propeller. This made the spinning mass comparatively large, and, at the same time, the ships themselves were light, quick, and jumpy. Hence, the gyroscopic effects were marked and overshadowed all the more normal responses of the ship. The pilot's handling of stick and rudder in such a ship would have been completely puzzling to an observer unaware of those precession effects. So marked were these effects that the enemy counted on them in combat. A rotary-engined pursuit attacked from the left and whipping around to the left to meet the attack was likely to climb or even stall. If attacked from the right and thus forced to make a quick turn to the right, it was likely involuntarily to have its nose forced down, thus losing altitude. On modern airplanes with normal engines and better stability characteristics, the precession effect is but faintly noticeable in normal maneuvering. But it does explain some peculiarities of behavior that would otherwise be quite puzzling. Why, for example, do many airplanes snap roll more easily to the right than to the left? When at the start of the maneuver, the pilot pulls the stick back and the nose swings up suddenly, gyroscopic force swerves the nose to the right, thus adding its effect to that of the pilot's right rudder and thus helping the snap roll along. In a snap roll to the left, the gyroscopic force is, of course, the same because it is due to the upswing of the nose. But now, in a snap roll to the left, its force counteracts the pilot's left rudder, and this results in a more sluggish roll. Or a pilot may notice that in practicing steep figure eights around 2 pylons, a maneuver that requires a rather whipping entry into a steep turn, he loses altitude on the right turns, although he is not conscious of any control errors. The trouble is probably due to gyroscopic precession, which forces his nose down and to the right, and must be counteracted by both stick and rudder. Troubles in the takeoff run. The takeoff is another occasion when gyroscopic precession can become quite noticeable, or even dangerous. There is a left-turning tendency during the takeoff run anyway, for other reasons. But as the pilot raises the tail, the nose is bound to swerve to the left with some extra impulse. If the pilot pops the tail up suddenly, this sudden swerve to the left can be quite pronounced. It may help a student to understand this effect and how it is actually a result of raising the tail. It will help him to anticipate the need for foot action to counter the swerve by some extra pressure on the right rudder, timed and proportioned just right. It will also help him to refrain from raising the tail too roughly. This effect can become dangerous on twin-engined ships. If such a ship has a single rudder located so that the slipstreams of both propellers pass it by, rudder control during the early stages of the takeoff is weak. If the tail is raised early in the run and suddenly, the combined precessions of the two power plants, combined with the weakness of the rudder and with the directional instability of the conventional landing gear, may produce a vicious ground loop right then and there. Among pilots, this effect is sometimes described as stalling of the tail. The tail surfaces are thought to be stalling because of lack of speed, and the pilots attempt to lift the tail too hard, and in stalling, they are thought to swing sideways. The precession effect seems a more likely explanation. There definitely are occasions, then, when the gyroscopic effect is important even in present-day ships. It does explain all sorts of things. But you will have noticed that it does not explain that thing usually called torque, the ordinary tendency of an airplane to turn left under the influence of its power plant. That tendency is present even in perfectly straight flight during a straight climb, for example, when the nose is not swerving in any sense, and gyroscopic precession can't account for it, because precession occurs only when there is a swerve. Some other explanation is clearly needed. Action and reaction. The explanation now most popular among flight instructors is the one that has given the effect its name, torque. The engine, in turning the propeller one way round, turns itself, and thus the whole airplane, the other way round, since action is accompanied by equal and opposite reaction. The propeller rolls clockwise, and the ship tends to roll counterclockwise, that is, to the left. This effect, so the torque theory goes on, is continually forcing the left wing down. The designer therefore puts the left wing at a slightly higher angle of incidence than the right wing, thus giving it some extra lift. But this gives it also some extra drag, and that extra drag would cause the airplane to yaw to the left. To keep the airplane from yawing, the designer then sets the vertical tail fin at a slight angle, so that it has the same effect as if the pilot were continually holding right rudder. Thus, the designer achieves an airplane that wants neither to roll nor to yaw. But he gets this perfect balance of forces only for one combination of flying speed and throttle setting, and therefore the theory allows you to infer the ship will turn to the left when flown at a slower speed and wider open throttle, as for example in a climb. It will turn to the right when flown at faster speed, with the throttle less wide open. This theory has flaws, which would not matter if it succeeded in explaining how the airplane behaves, but it does not. Sooner or later, it will leave the pilot puzzled. It is true that the engine, in turning the propeller one way round, turns itself the other way round. This effect is important, too, in some types of ship and in certain flight situations. But it is not important in ordinary trainers or small private and commercial airplanes or in ordinary flight. For this propeller torque is too feeble compared with the airplane's own powerful inherent stability, its tendency to keep itself from rolling. Torque acts on a short lever arm, the propeller. Stability acts on a long lever arm, the wings. The propeller is so short and the wings are so long that any twisting force on the propeller cannot overpower the wings' tendency to hold themselves level when in straight flight. Next, it is probably true that the left wing is in most airplanes set at a higher angle of incidence than the right wing. But for most trainers and other low-powered airplanes, it is not true that the designer actually sets it thus. The test pilot simply takes the ship up, checks it for wing heaviness, for which there are many possible causes in addition to torque. The rigging crew then adjusts it, and it may come out of this adjustment process with this slight difference in wing incidence rigged into its wings. At any rate, all this doesn't add up right. For this propeller torque will tend to roll the ship. Hence, in flight situations where this torque is strong, we should notice a tendency to roll, not a tendency to yaw. We should have to hold right aileron to counteract it, not right rudder. In short, this torque effect may exist, but it is not what bothers us in the ordinary airplane. The torque theory does not explain the thing we seek to explain: what makes our airplanes turn to the left. Torque can be dangerous. This does not mean that torque is always altogether negligible, and since you have plowed through the subject so far, you might stop here for a moment and consider certain situations in which this true torque does become important and can even become dangerous. Obviously, it would be most important in airplanes of short wingspan and big powerful propellers. Pilots report how on his first hop in a Spitfire, an inexperienced man is likely to stagger off left wing low because of the tremendous torque of a suddenly accelerated engine. Accelerated, for this propeller torque is most forceful not, as many pilots think, when the engine is running at wide-open throttle, but at the moment when you accelerate your engine, that is, when you gun it. On the other hand, the force that resists it, an airplane's lateral stability, fades out as the airplane slows up. Finally, when the airplane stalls, it turns into instability. Thus, there is one situation when torque can become really dangerous: when you are stalled or nearly stalled and then gun your engine suddenly. The torque can then roll you over. This is not a serious danger, however, in trainers and other low-powered ships. It should not keep the student from using a blast of the throttle freely on such a ship to get out of trouble. But in hot, short-span, powerful ships, the throttle must be handled with caution. If an airplane is very powerful and has perhaps a narrow landing gear, torque can also upset it while it stands on the ground if the pilot or mechanic suddenly guns the engine. The spiraling slipstream. So much for torque. The true reason for the airplane's left-turning tendency is not torque at all, and is little understood among pilots. It is very simple. The propeller washes back a stream of air which is not in straight backward flow, but spirals as it streams to the rear. Because of its spiraling motion, this airstream hits the vertical fin at a slight angle, thus pushing the tail to the right and yawing the nose to the left. And that's all. To get the idea of this spiraling, suppose you follow the path of one certain particle of this air. It is caught by the propeller when it is at the right-hand side of the ship's nose. The impact of the propeller sends it backward and downward along the right side of the fuselage. It crosses underneath the pilot's seat to the left side of the fuselage. It flows upward and backward along the left side of the tail, and it is then ready to cross over the top of the tail back to the right side. But here it finds its path blocked by the tail fin, and its impact on the tail fin shoves the tail fin to the right. At the same time, another air particle is caught by the propeller somewhere on the left-hand side of the nose. The impact sends it speeding backward along the left side of the fuselage and slightly upward. It crosses over the top of the cockpit and flows downward and backward along the right-hand side of the tail. It then is ready to cross underneath the tail back to the left side. And here's the trouble. There is no tail fin down there to block its path. Thus, it exerts no force but flows away unhindered. The net result of these two particles' passage is that the tail has received one shove to the right, but no shove to the left, and hence it moves to the right, yawing the airplane to the left. This description exaggerates the tightness of the spiral. In cruising flight, the slipstream actually spirals so little that one might almost call it straight. Designers usually set the tail fin at a slight angle so as to line it up with the actual direction of the airflow at the tail in cruising flight. And that is the true reason for offsetting the fin, not to make a force, but to keep a force from being made. In slower flight at wider open throttle, when the propeller blades meet the air at higher angle of attack, the spiraling is much more pronounced, though still not nearly so tight as our description makes it out. As the tightness of the spiraling increases, the sideways shove on the tail fin increases. If the tail fin is not sufficiently offset, the slipstream hits its side and a left-turning tendency appears. The pilot must hold right rudder. In gliding flight, when there is no slipstream, there is of course no spiraling of air. The flow over the tail is then straight. The offset of the vertical fin is then unnecessary and in fact yaws the ship to the right. The pilot must hold slight left rudder. This becomes apparent to him, however, only if the glide is fast enough to be called a dive. You would expect the airplane to show a very pronounced left-turning tendency while approaching a power stall. It does, but when the break of the stall has occurred, the left-turning tendency temporarily disappears in some airplanes, even though the engine is still wide open and the ship is still slowed up, and the pilot expects to have to hold much right rudder. This puzzles many pilots. What happens is that after the stall has occurred, the airplane sinks through so fast that the slipstream fails to hit the tail. It takes an appreciable time for the air particle to complete the journey from the propeller to the tail, and by the time it gets there, the whole airplane, including the tail, has fallen out of its way. Hence, the airflow over the tail is straight, and for the moment there is no left-turning tendency. Could this left-turning tendency be abolished altogether? It could be done by putting as much vertical tail fin underneath the tail as there is atop the tail. This would block the path of our second imaginary air particle and would equalize the shoving effects of the slipstream. The reason it isn't done is that it would interfere with the conventional landing gear, which calls for a tail wheel in just the location where the lower tail fin would have to be. Now, modern safety airplanes have no rudder and must therefore somehow get rid of the left-turning tendency. In such airplanes, the problem is solved by providing a double tail, that is, one small vertical fin at each tip of the horizontal stabilizer. This takes the vertical tail area almost entirely out of the slipstream, out into undisturbed, straight-flowing air. The slipstream passes between the two fins. What little then remains of left-turning tendency is compensated for by mounting the engine at a slight angle so that it pulls just a shade to the right. There is no reason why those two tricks, the H-tail and the slanted engine, could not be used in conventional airplanes as well, except that too many pilots feel that the airplane isn't a real airplane unless it faithfully reproduces all the traditional vices all over again. Part 3. The Controls. The controls of the airplane become harder to understand the more you fly. Those first beautifully simple ideas, push forward on the stick if you want to go down, pull back if you want to go up, and so forth, dissolve during the very first hours of actual flight experience. In the glide, for instance, you go down although the stick is held well back. In the spin, you go down quite clearly because the stick is all the way back. The more sophisticated a pilot becomes, the more he discovers that his controls have a wide variety of effects and all sorts of by-effects, and sometimes the by-effects seem more important than the main effects. And he finds out that, in some situations, the controls actually reverse their usual effects and deliver results exactly contrary to those expected. Hence, experienced pilots usually don't care to formulate a theory of the controls. They tend to say that it all depends. You've got to know how to fly, that's all. And of course, the experienced pilot needs no such theory. By the time he has flown enough to formulate one, he is no longer puzzled about the controls. He has the feel of them. It is the student who needs a theory, that is, a clear mental image of his controls. Much of the difficulty of flying, much of the wasteful inefficiency of primary flight instruction is due simply to the fact that the student does not know really what he is doing when he moves his stick, his throttle, or his pedals. Think how absurd it is. Piloting is done entirely by moving certain levers in the cockpit, but the student pilot does not know what each lever is for. He does not know because he is not told. He is not told because the instructor fears that a thorough discussion of control effects would only confuse him. Control analysis, as the experienced pilot understands it, is an enormously complicated lore, an almost endless list of small tricks and odd complications, unexpected effects and disturbing by-effects. It is the accumulated experience of hundreds of hours of flying, of thousands of observations, most of them made unconsciously. The student is indeed better off if he is simply allowed to gather this knowledge for himself, even though it will take him too hundreds of hours of flying to do so. But still, the student ought to have a sound explanation of the controls. He is usually too confused and overawed to ask for one outright. but he feels the need. Probably every student pilot has felt with an acute sense of frustration that important things, helpful things, key things were being left unsaid, and he has wished that he had sense enough to ask his instructor some key question. Almost certainly this is one of the questions that he would ask after a couple of hours of dual instruction, after his first oversimplified ideas have evaporated. Well then, what is this lever, this pedal, this wheel really for? Fortunately, he can be answered. The real trouble with control analysis, as current at our airports and flying schools, is not that it goes too far. It does not go far enough. It is complicated not because it is analytical, but because it is not analytical enough. It remains a lore, a body of assorted experiences. The principles are not distilled out. If control analysis is carried far enough, it becomes simple and most helpful to the student. For actually, the controls of the airplane are simple and straightforward. Actually, there are no reversals of control effect, no exceptions, no tricks. Each control does a certain thing, does that thing only, does it always and faithfully. But the thing it does is not what you first thought it was. To understand your controls, then, all you have to do is to find, understand, and clearly envisage the one thing that each control does. This will be attempted in the following 3 chapters. Chapter 9. The Flippers and the Throttle. You know how the controls are labeled on an alarm clock or on a kitchen stove. There are arrows marked on and off, slow or fast, hot or cold, telling the customer exactly which way to move what control in order to get what result. Well, here's an idea for one of those unflyable days at the airport. How would you label an airplane's elevator and throttle? Your kid brother, knowing what every boy knows about flying, will call this one easy. He will label the throttle fast and slow. Does not the throttle do to the airplane's motor exactly what the gas pedal does to an automobile motor? And he will label the stick up and down. Does not pulling back on the stick make the airplane go up? It is only common sense. The elevator doesn't elevate. Unfortunately, though, the present conventional airplane is not a common sense contraption, and this labeling of its controls is wrong. It is wrong not only in theory, it is wrong also in practice. It is dead wrong. If you really did try to use the controls that way, you would kill yourself. Most fatal airplane crashes happen precisely because the pilot has the controls so labeled in his mind and tries to elevate himself, or at least to hold himself up, by pulling back desperately on the so-called elevator. An airplane will not go up, nor will it stay up, simply because the pilot pulls the stick back. In fact, in all the more critical situations of flight, that is, when climbing steeply or gliding slowly, or in turning flight, it is all too likely to do exactly the contrary. In the glide, for instance, the farther the stick is held back, the more steeply downward will the flight path be, even though the nose may not point down steeply. In a stall or a spin, the ship is dropping precisely just because the stick is held too far back. As for the throttles being a speed control, the fact is that you can stall with the throttle wide open. Most fatal stall or spin accidents do occur with the engine running nicely at cruising throttle. In fact, when the throttle is open and the propeller blast is hitting the tail, the average airplane actually wants to fly more slowly and will stall more readily than with power off. In short, the elevator does not make the airplane go up or down, and the throttle does not make it go slow or fast, and your kid brother is wrong. A distillate of wisdom. Some old-time pilot, if you asked him, would say that of course that's so. Of course the controls cannot be labeled in terms of the flight path at all. Of course pointing an airplane's nose up will not necessarily make it go up. Why, all that is perhaps the most fundamental bit of wisdom an old pilot distills out of years of flying experience. This, that pulling the stick back won't necessarily make the airplane go up, and then the other, that kicking the rudder is not the way to make the airplane turn. If you can keep those two firmly in mind, you'll be all right. But if you should press the old-time pilot for a positive answer, what does the stick do, and what results does the throttle get, he would probably say that the stick should be labeled nose up and nose down, with the terms up and down referring not to the sky and the ground, but to the pilot himself. Pulling the stick back will always pull the nose toward the pilot. Pushing it forward will always push the nose down, that is, away from the pilot. In fact, this is now the standard explanation of control effects that instructors usually give to a student before his first flight. It is not quite good enough. It works fairly well in normal flight when it doesn't matter so much whether you exactly understand your controls. But it lets you down in the emergencies, at the exact time when a clear understanding is the most important. It fails, for one thing, to cover the case of the stall. By holding the stick back too far, the pilot actually makes the nose fall down, away from him. And it fails to cover the case of the spin. The harder the pilot pulls back the stick trying to get that nose up toward him, the more obstinately does the nose stay down, away from him. The angle of attack control. Thus cornered, your old-time pilot probably will say that the controls simply cannot be labeled in any straightforward fashion. You've got to know how to fly. That's all. Now, if you asked an aeronautical engineer, he could tell you. He would mumble something about angle of attack. Engineers always do. What he would say would be this: the elevator determines the angle of attack at which the airplane will fly, and this is really what the elevator is for. It is the airplane's angle of attack control. At any moment, the airplane will fly at the angle of attack which the pilot prescribes for it by holding the stick wherever he is holding it. But because angle of attack sounds so theoretical to you, you would probably stop listening to the engineer. Pilots always do. This is a pity. The airplane is a machine, and whatever its designers have to say about it should be of interest to the pilot. If the engineer comes back every time to the concept of angle of attack, he does so for good reasons. Angle of attack is the central fact of all flying, and a pilot who refuses to think in terms of angle of attack simply does not understand the airplane, even if he knows the whole rigmarole that commonly passes as theory of flight. Let's make a quick attempt to show what the engineer means. To him, the elevator is nothing but a quickly adjustable stabilizer, or rather, a quickly adjustable extension of the horizontal stabilizer. When the pilot pulls the stick back and thus deflects the elevator upward, the net result is the same as if he had simply changed the angle at which the horizontal stabilizer is attached to the airplane's tail. The airplane then assumes a different angle of attack. And as long as the airplane is held in that position, the airplane will continue to fly at that new angle of attack. Thus, the elevator does nothing that could not be done equally well by the stabilizer. It is not strictly a steering control at all, but is simply a control which fixes flight condition. This may sound somewhat abstruse. You will see the difference if you compare the airplane's elevator to an automobile's steering wheel, not as to what they do, but as to the manner of their functioning. As long as the steering wheel is turned to the right, the car will keep turning to the right. The car will not go straight again when the steering wheel is turned back to neutral. The elevator is quite essentially different. If the stick is pulled back, say 2 inches, the nose will swing upward as long as the stick is held back. It will presently stop this upward swing and then ride steadily in the new position. The airplane is stabilized at a new angle of attack. One can therefore say with only a little exaggeration that an airplane essentially needs no movable flippers, needs no fore and aft action of the stick. All it needs is some device by which the angle of the stabilizer can be changed. Our conventional elevator arrangement is simply a convenient and quick way of accomplishing this change of tail angle. Some other way might work just as well. For instance, in the old airplanes, the stabilizer itself was usually adjustable by means of a hand crank in the cockpit, like the hand crank that works the trim tab in modern ships. Those old ships could be flown quite nicely simply by working that hand crank and leaving the stick alone. In fact, it may be that our present elevator is much too quick-acting a method of changing the tail angle, and thus changing the ship's angle of attack, that the pilot could do less harm to himself with some slower-acting, more restricted device. The elevator is the mush control. If you want to understand your elevator, then keep clearly in mind that moving the flippers is virtually the same thing as setting the horizontal tail fin at a different angle. With this in mind, think back on what has been explained in Chapter 7 concerning the horizontal tail and just how it determines the airplane's angle of attack, and thus its speed. Recall that in each of the various gates at which an airplane can fly, it is the angle at which the flippers are deflected that determines the airplane's angle of attack. It is not true, then, that pulling the stick back makes the airplane go up. In most forms of descent, as a matter of fact, the stick is well back and the flippers are deflected upward. The airplane goes up or down because of the way the throttle is handled. It must be admitted that the elevator has an indirect up and down effect. When you pull the stick back and thereby force the airplane into a different flight condition, some throttle setting which previously had been barely sufficient to produce level flight may then suddenly become sufficient to produce climb. Because, generally speaking, the airplane flies on less power when flying at the higher angle of attack. But this connection between the elevator and climb and descent is too indirect and unreliable. What a pilot should know first of all about his controls is, which effect will this lever give me? Always and invariably give me. In answer to that question, then, one may say that the elevator is the mush control. The farther you hold it back, the larger will be the angle of attack at which your airplane will fly. And as we have learned, flying at an appreciable angle of attack is called, in pilot's language, simply mushing. We can climb, descend, or fly level at small angle of attack, or at large angle, that is, mushing hardly at all, or mushing heavily. The elevator simply determines just how heavily we mush. All this, it must be admitted, will remain meaningless to the listener who has not yet grasped the general idea of angle of attack. Fortunately, it is possible to translate the engineer's terms into the more familiar terms of speed and lift. The result is then applicable only to steady flight, including dives, glides, and climbs, and practically also to the shallower turns. It is not strictly applicable to steep turns or to pullouts from dives, but even so, it is useful understanding. For it turns out that the engineer would label the throttle up and down, and that he would label the stick or elevator fast and slow. The stick is the speed control. And he isn't just trying to be difficult. It is simply the truth. Those simply are the results your stick and your throttle will get for you, the only results. If you hold the stick in a certain position, forward or backward, you thereby force the airplane to fly at a certain speed. A correctly behaved airplane will then fly at that certain speed, regardless of the amount of power used. If you feed it a lot of power, it will climb at that speed. If you feed it less power, it will fly level at that speed. If you cut the power entirely, it will glide at that speed. If you put the stick back far enough, the airplane will be forced to fly at stalling speed, and its flight will then take the form of a stall or a spin, regardless of how much or how little power you use. If you put the stick well forward, you force the airplane to fly very fast, and, in order to get and maintain the speed you prescribe for it, the airplane will dive. If in fast flight you suddenly pull the stick back, the airplane, in an attempt to reduce its speed quickly to the desired figure, will balloon upward. But this upward response of the airplane is merely coincidental and can't be relied upon entirely. The ship's main response, and the one that can be relied upon, is the slowing up. Your real elevator is your throttle. As for going up, there is really only one thing that will ever make an airplane go up, and that is engine power. You can make it go up temporarily by ballooning it with your elevator, but only engine power can make it go up and stay up, and hence your up and down control is the throttle. The pilot achieves climbing flight, level flight, and descent simply by changing the throttle setting. The stick remains in the same position throughout, and if the airplane's stability is flawless, the airspeed will be the same in all three flight conditions. Thus, if any part of the airplane deserves the name elevator, it is the throttle. All this is not nearly so theoretical as it sounds. You can demonstrate to yourself that this is really the way an airplane's controls fly. In some airplanes, certain effects, to be discussed presently, will make the demonstration a bit unconvincing. A particularly suitable airplane is the side-by-side Taylorcraft, partly because it behaves especially well in this respect, and partly because the control arrangement makes it easy to arrest the elevator in any desired position. Simply pinch the control shaft with your fingers where it comes out of the instrument board. Your other hand can then still work the wheel for aileron control, but with the elevator thus arrested, you can vary your throttle at will. And you will see that the throttle is what gets you up or down, and that the so-called elevator controls the speed. It's time-tested old stuff. This is also accepted and conscious practice in instrument flying. In instrument flying, the airspeed is not regulated, as your kid brother would assume, by using the throttle. It is regulated by using the elevator. If the airspeed indicator reads too low, for example, you work the stick and coax it to the desired reading. You are thereby bound to lose some altitude, but that is not your immediate concern. It is taken care of later as a separate operation in the instrument pilot's 1-2-3 procedure of flying. Climb and descent is regulated, not as your kid brother would think, by the elevator, but by using the throttle. If the rate of climb indicator shows that you are going down, you make it read 0 again by advancing the throttle. When this is explained to a pilot at the beginning of an instrument flight course, it usually strikes him as an odd and hind-side-to procedure, peculiar to instrument flying. Actually, it is neither hind-side-to nor is it peculiar to instrument flying. It is the way he has really been using the controls all along. The landing approach with power on, the kind of approach usually made in heavy airplanes, is another perfectly practical maneuver in which the elevator must be used as the speed control and the throttle as the up and down control. It just simply does not work unless you use the controls in this fashion, but this will be discussed in detail in the chapter concerning the glide. In thinking of the elevator as the speed control, we must again make allowance for the fact that a change of speed may cause the airplane to climb or to descend. That therefore the elevator has an indirect and unreliable effect also in the up and down sense. Generally speaking, the more slowly you fly an airplane, the less power it requires simply to push itself through the air. Hence, if you set an airplane's throttle for level flight and then slow the airplane up, there will suddenly be a margin of excess power which the airplane uses up by climbing. Take the example of a pilot flying at 100 miles per hour. When he pulls the stick back, it reduces the speed to 75 miles per hour and causes a temporary upward deflection of the flight path. But this upward deflection is only temporary and is often followed by a downward deflection, so that the net result of pulling the stick back is to make the airplane go down. Thus, the only reliable lasting effect of the elevator is its effect on speed. All of this will be made a little clearer in Chapter 19, the working speeds of the airplane. Exceptions and complications. Now for some important complications. What has just been stated is true only in an airplane with perfect control characteristics. Unfortunately, most airplanes are not perfect. In most airplanes, the tail surfaces are exposed to the propeller blast, and thus the stick is more powerful when the throttle is open. Also, the thrust of the power plant may have the effect of nosing the airplane up. Hence, with the stick in a given back position, the average airplane will actually slow down when the throttle is opened wider, nosing up higher as it does so. And there are certain stick positions, pretty far back but not all the way back, which with power off will not slow the airplane up to stalling speed, while with power on, the same stick position will stall the airplane. This is why so many fatal stall and spin accidents occur with the engine running at cruising power. This is also why it helps to use a blast of power if you want to achieve a clean, sharp stall. In some airplanes, you may actually have trouble getting the airplane stalled completely enough so that it will spin, unless you use partial power combined with full back stick. This is one of those small, odd facts concerning an airplane that a good pilot should know. But at the same time, it should not obscure the main fact that the speed of the airplane is controlled by the position in which the pilot holds the stick. What's the point? All this, you may think, is fairly interesting, if true, but it is sort of useless knowledge. What the pilot wants to know is, in the last analysis, how he can make the airplane go where he wants it to go. Speed, angle of attack, and all that sort of thing may be very interesting, but what he wants to know is this: what is the effect of the elevators upon the flight path? Unfortunately, this is just the point. No straightforward, simple answer is possible. It all depends. A change of speed and angle of attack may have one effect in a climb and an altogether different effect in the glide. It may affect the flight path differently at fast speed and at slow speeds. Moreover, any change of stick position has usually two effects on the flight path. First, a quick immediate effect, usually a ballooning when you pull the stick back, and then a steady long-run effect, sometimes a downward deflection of the flight path. The elevator's effect upon the flight path must therefore be studied separately for each of the various conditions of flight: the climb, the glide, slow flight, fast flight, high-altitude flight, and so forth. This is done in other chapters of this book. Destructive criticism. If this discussion of the elevator seems perhaps not very constructive, that is as it should be. It is meant to be positively destructive. What must be destroyed, what must be completely uprooted from your mind is the idea that pulling the stick back will make you go up. Too many pilots have stalled in or spun in because they tried to use the elevator to elevate themselves. We can guess pretty well what happens in the mind of a pilot who stalls in or spins in. The trouble begins dozens or hundreds of hours before the accident actually happens. It begins with a mistaken notion that the stick is an up and down control. This notion is reinforced by the name of the control, the fake erudition that prefers the Latin and misleading word, elevator, to the honest old pilot's word, flippers. The fatal error is reinforced also by the now fashionable methods of using the controls to maintain level flight. It is true that the cheapest way of getting back to your assigned altitude, after an updraft or downdraft has got you off, is to use the stick rather than the throttle. But so is the cheapest way of making a small course correction simply to kick rudder. As to directional control, we have found out that the cheapest way is not the best from the standpoint of flight training, and a student is today expected to make even the smallest change of direction by a properly banked, properly coordinated turn. Perhaps the method of maintaining level flight, which is at present considered correct, to keep the power constant and change altitude by flipper, is wrong from the standpoint of flight training. Perhaps we should demand constant airspeed and regulation of altitude by throttle, even if that should mean slightly less positive and accurate altitude keeping. It would instill right ideas rather than wrong ideas. Wrong ideas are cultivated also by our present arrangement of the controls. This arrangement hasn't changed for 30 years, and it seems overdue for a change. Perhaps we shall see airplanes with an up and down lever which controls throttle and also spoilers, drag plates or flaps in the place of honor, and the stick atrophied into a glorified stabilizer, trim tab, control, mounted somewhere at the pilot's side as a speed lever. Who knows? I want to stay up. Be that as it may, with the mistaken elevator notion in his mind, the victim someday gets into a situation where he approaches the ground and doesn't want to. It may be a forced landing, but more likely he is falling out of a steep turn near the ground. It doesn't matter just now. Most fatal accidents actually happen out of turns, and into their making there goes misuse not only of the elevator, but of aileron and rudder as well. But for the present analysis, it may be best to disregard the rudder and aileron part and concentrate on the pilot's handling of the elevator alone. Afraid of the ground, the victim tries to set his controls for up, or at least for not so much down, very desperately so. Actually, the stick being the speed control, what he does is to put on the brakes. He would know better, if you asked him, than to slow the airplane up in a critical situation. His trouble is not that he doesn't understand the necessity for keeping speed. His trouble is perhaps not even that near the ground he doesn't have the courage to do the right thing, to let the stick go forward. His real trouble is perhaps that someone has switched the labels on his controls for him. He thinks he is pulling the up lever. He doesn't know he is pulling the brake, the angle of attack lever, which, if pulled far enough, will necessarily and inevitably stall the airplane. The case of the confused dog. Because his trouble is due to switched labels, he has no time to catch on. Imagine for a moment that by some strange brain disease, your dog got his signals crossed and started to obey your command, lie down, by running and jumping up on you, and your command, come here, by lying down. How long would it take you to discover that? You would suspect almost everything rather than the truth. You would think you had not spoken loudly enough or harshly enough, or that he needed more training, and you would probably get good and mad before you finally caught on. In the same way, the pilot who discovers that his elevator fails to get the desired results, that is, fails to hold him up, is not likely to suspect that he has done the wrong thing. He is much more likely to think that he has done the right thing, but not hard enough. When his moderate pull on the elevator fails to elevate him, he thinks a big pull will, and so he pulls. The wreckage often shows how desperately hard he pulls. Sometimes the crash fixes the controls in the position in which they were at the moment of impact, and the stick is then usually found hard back. Sometimes the stick is found actually bent, showing how the pilot was hauling back on it in a veritable cramp of desperation, using it as if it were a crowbar with which to pry the airplane's nose up away from the ground. Epitaph: he did not know he was pulling the stalling lever. It is easy to be safe. The silver chain. The so-called elevator is really the airplane's speed control, or if you want to state it accurately, its angle of attack control. This shows how you can absolutely keep yourself from stalling or spinning in. Stalls and spins are caused by having too low a speed, or what is practically the same thing, too high an angle of attack. All right, simply do not move the stick into the position where it will force the airplane to fly at stalling speed, or at stalling angle of attack. Simply do not let that hand creep back, for an airplane cannot stall and cannot spin unless the stick is held back in the stalling position. Remember this simple fact. It is of the utmost importance for every pilot. Unless the stick is in the stalling position, an airplane cannot stall and hence cannot spin. Stalling position of the stick in most airplanes is nearly all the way back if the power is off, and perhaps about 2/3 back if the power is on. Just what it is in your airplane, it is very much your business to find out. Now from this you might easily get the idea that to keep yourself from stalling and spinning in, all you'd have to do would be to buy 10 cents worth of wire and tie the stick loosely to some structural part of the airplane, so that regardless of how confused or panicky you might become in some emergency, you simply could never pull the stick farther back than so far, say to the position for 15 degrees angle of attack, or say a speed of 10 miles per hour above stalling speed. Thus, you might think the airplane would be rendered unstallable. This would then solve one of the biggest problems of aviation, the terrific death rate from accidents, since most fatal accidents involve a stall. And it would also cut out much tedious training, all the practice of stalls and spins. You might think you had a big idea there. The foolproof airplane. The strange thing is that you would be right. 10 cents worth of wire will make any airplane unstallable, will solve one of aviation's biggest problems, and will simplify flight training enormously. Restriction of controls, is an important new trend in aviation. It is the main principle of all the simplified family or foolproof airplanes, a simple mechanical stop somewhere in the control system that makes it impossible for the pilot to pull the stick back far enough to stall the airplane. The actual engineering of such a control restriction is not quite simple. It has been explained earlier that in the average airplane, a given back position of the stick will bring the airplane nearer the stall when the power is on than it will when the power is off, because the propeller blast hits the control surfaces. Hence, a stick restricted so that with power off it could barely not stall the airplane might nevertheless stall it while the power is on. On the other hand, a stick so restricted that even with power on it can't stall the airplane would, with power off, be so ineffectual that the pilot might not ever be able to slow the airplane up for a reasonable landing. Hence, the airplane must be so designed that power will not change its trim. This is done in one of the foolproof airplanes by mounting the power plant so that it pulls 10 degrees downward as well as forward. Another complication. When an airplane is even only near the stall, misuse of rudder or ailerons without further pullback on the stick can bring on a stall on one wing, and hence a spin. Thus, the designer must make sure rudder and ailerons won't be misused. He must either abolish the rudder altogether, as has been done in some airplanes, or he must connect the rudder mechanically with the aileron control so as to make misuse of the rudder impossible. Or he must put some mechanical stop also into the rudder and aileron system. But that, too, is only a matter of 10 cents worth of wire. If you tied all three controls down so that none of them could be moved very far, you would still have perfectly sufficient control for all ordinary flying, except perhaps three-point landings and steep side slips, and at the same time you would have a foolproof airplane, incapable of spinning. There are several makes of airplanes built to this formula and characteristically incapable of spinning, now in use. One expert pilot says that before he will let his wife fly, he is going to buy her a pretty silver safety chain and fasten it to her ship's stick. Actually, it may not be a good practice to make changes on your airplane's controls, and it might be of doubtful legality, since a license is issued to a ship as is. But the best place to put that safety chain is in your own mind. If you can't foolproof your own airplane, you can foolproof your own mind. Just remember that an airplane cannot stall or spin unless the controls are set for stalling and spinning. And keep that hand from creeping back. Chapter 10. The Ailerons. When the Wright brothers invented the airplane, the thing they really invented, the key thing, was quite small. It was the device which banks and unbanks the airplane. The device which we now call the aileron. All the other elements of the airplane were then already in existence. Men had flown on wings before. Motors were quite highly developed. Propellers had driven airships on long flights. The rudder was as age-old as the boat. The elevator was nothing but an up and down rudder. Stabilizing tail surfaces were being used on airships and had been used from time immemorial on arrows. But the aileron was created new and was the one thing that made it possible to combine all those other elements into a flyable machine. Strictly, in the case of the Wrights, one should not speak of the aileron but of lateral control. What the Wrights used was not the aileron as we know it now, but the expedient of warping the wings in opposite senses, bending the whole airplane out of shape. Glenn Curtiss used ailerons, that is, movable control surfaces hinged into the trailing edge of the wingtip. A gigantic lawsuit soon developed concerning this point and retarded American aviation for years. Whether or not the hinged ailerons and the warping wing were essentially the same thing was the controversy. For the following discussion, the two are exactly the same thing. Aileron or wing warping, either method works on the same principle, by increasing the angle of attack on one wingtip and decreasing the angle of attack on the other wingtip. You get more lift on one side of your airplane and less lift on the other side, and your airplane banks or unbanks at your will. The adverse yaw effect. All this history may seem a little dull, and the mechanics a little obvious, but look what happened to the Wrights. The idea was sound and apparently quite simple. Yet, when they tried it out for the first time in actual flight and warped the wings of their glider for a bank to the left, what they got was a bank to the right, and a turn to the right, and a crack up. And fundamentally, the same thing can still happen to you today, if you don't watch out. If you ever break your neck in an airplane, your ailerons will probably have much to do with it. For the aileron has two inherent faults. The more serious of these is the adverse yaw effect. When the pilot moves the stick, say, to the right, the ship does respond by banking to the right, as it should, but it wants also to yaw, turn to the left, as it should not. The pilot banks the ship to the right probably, not necessarily, but probably, because he wants to fly a curve to the right. But as he banks it, the ship swerves to the left. And this little trick complicates our entire technique of flying, as we shall learn. What causes this behavior? Almost everything about an airplane can be understood by simply taking a good look at it. Certainly the adverse yaw effect can be explained to a student without even leaving the ground. Set an airplane's ailerons hard over. Stick all the way, say, to the right-hand side, and then stand in front of the airplane and look at it. It then becomes apparent that the downward deflected aileron, the one that is set to lift its wing, projects deeply down into the airstream and will cause, along with much additional lift, much additional drag, while the upward deflected aileron, the one that is set to depress its wing, hardly shows at all, is not exposed to the airstream, and hence has, along with very little lift, very little drag. This is only reasonable and to be expected. You can't have something for nothing. You can't have lift without drag. More lift costs more drag. Thus, with the differential lifts of the two wings tend to roll the airplane to the right. But at the same time, the unequal drags of the two wings tend to yaw it to the left. An expert will object here and point out that the ailerons cannot be held wholly responsible for the adverse yaw effect, that some of this adverse yawing tendency is due simply to the rolling motion of the wings and would persist no matter what device might cause the wings to roll. But the explanation just given answers the purposes of the pilot. Even though it does not tell the whole truth, it tells truth, and it has the advantage that it can be shown. This adverse yaw effect of the ailerons is a small thing, but one of the really important things to understand about the art of flying. In the first place, it is the real reason why the airplane has a rudder, and why the pilot must work the rudder almost continually. Contrary to the ideas of most student pilots, the rudder is not the airplane's right and left steering control. Right and left steering is done by banking the airplane right and left. The rudder is merely a device by which the pilot counteracts the adverse yaw effects which inevitably arise every time he banks and unbanks his airplane. At the same time, the rudder is without doubt the most difficult of the airplane's controls to master, and the one that uses the most training time. Furthermore, misuse of the rudder is a factor in almost all accidents. You can see that the adverse yaw effect gives rise to a whole string of consequences. All this, however, the whole connection between aileron, adverse yaw, rudder, and the airplane's turning, is so important and so intricate that 2 subsequent chapters will be largely devoted to it. Hence, we shall not go into more detail here. Next, there is the effect which the yawing has upon the lift of each of the 2 wings. The wrong way yaw can actually also produce a wrong way roll. It happens like this. You set your aileron so as to lift the left wing. This breaks the left wing, and, if the pilot is not alert with his rudder, it makes the ship yaw to the left. Because of this yawing, the left wing tip has temporarily less forward speed and less wind, and hence also less lift, and thus, despite the ailerons being set to raise that wing, the wing may fail to come up. At the same time, the yawing gives the right wing tip more speed, more wind, and more lift. And, despite the ailerons being set to depress that wing, the wing may fail to go down, or may even go up. This extreme form of adverse yaw is what happened to the Wrights on their first tryout of their ailerons. In a modern airplane with good ailerons and good stability, This cannot possibly happen in normal, healthy flight. But it does sometimes happen when an airplane is stalled or nearly stalled, and if the ailerons are then used abruptly and to excess, as we shall presently learn. Aileron stall. Another trick of the ailerons is wingtip stalling. Under some conditions, an aileron that is set to lift a drooping wing may actually stall that wing and drop it viciously. To understand how that can happen, a student must first get rid of the mistaken idea, so popular with pilots and so fatal, that a stall is caused simply by lack of speed. He must understand what has been stressed so much earlier in this book, that a stall is caused by an excessive angle of attack. As a reminder, an ordinary stall occurs because the pilot forces the airplane as a whole to an excessive angle of attack. The pilot tries to lift the airplane by pulling the stick back, and he overdoes it, dropping the plane. To reiterate, whenever a wing meets the air at an excessive angle of attack, it will stall. In addition to understanding what causes an airplane to stall, the student must once more clearly envisage the nature of the aileron, that the aileron is essentially nothing but a device for changing the angle of attack of the wingtip. Only if he understands the nature of the stall and the nature of the aileron can he understand how excessive use of the aileron can stall the wingtip. Here is how the aileron may stall the wing. Suppose that an airplane is flying fairly near the stall, in a slow glide or a steep climb. Both wings are then going through the air at fairly large angle of attack, and the pilot realizes that if he held the stick back much farther and set his ship to still higher angle of attack, both his wings would stall. What he perhaps does not realize is this: by using the aileron sharply to raise one wing, he will do to that one wing exactly the thing which holding the stick farther back would have done to both wings. Pulling down the aileron has the effect of setting the whole wingtip to a higher angle of attack. And since that wing is already doing pretty nearly its best, since it is already flying at pretty nearly the highest angle of attack of which it is capable, the effect of further increase in its angle of attack is that it will stall. For example, imagine a pilot is flying at a fairly high angle of attack. The pilot tries to lift his right wing by pushing the stick to the left, which deflects the right aileron downward. If he overdoes it, this will increase the right wingtip's angle of attack too much, and the right wingtip will stall, causing the plane to enter a spin to the right. This is what in the older ships used to produce the effect of the ailerons going out when the ship approached a stall. The increase in the angle of attack of the wingtip failed to produce an increase in lift, and this is also what made those older ships so much more dangerous to fly. In extreme cases, the drooping wing not only failed to come up, but actually went down, being completely stalled by the very aileron that was meant to lift it. In most modern ships, the going out of the ailerons is no longer so clean-cut because of the many refinements that have been made on the aileron system. Sophisticated ailerons. Because the aileron is the trickiest part of the airplane, much thought has been expended on it, and many improvements have been made. On many airplanes today, those two inherent faults of the aileron have been reduced almost to the vanishing point. In fact, this is one of the few respects in which the airplane of today differs essentially from the airplane of 1918. More trustworthy ailerons. The stall effect, especially, is no longer of much practical importance. Experts say that such aileron troubles as still remain, which to a pilot sometimes look like stall troubles, are actually merely excessive adverse yaw troubles. At any rate, it may be interesting to discuss some of these improvements. One important improvement has been made, not by improving the aileron itself, but by improving the wing of which the aileron is a part. By various arrangements, designers make sure that, as the airplane is slowed up, the stall will progressively spread along the wing from the wing root toward the wing tip, rather than occurring all along the span at the same time, and rather than occurring perhaps at the tip first. Thus, when the ship is all slowed up and the center part of the wingspan is already stalled, the wingtips still have a reserve to lift, which the ailerons can get. The simplest way to achieve this is washout. a twist of the wing in which the wingtip is set at a lower angle of incidence than the wing root. This can be seen with the naked eye in many airplanes and makes it so that the wingtip always rides at a flatter angle of attack than the wing root. Thus, if the airplane's angle of attack is increased, the wing root will reach stalling angle first, and the stall will extend out to the ailerons and wingtips, only if the pilot pulls back on the stick even more. Another way of getting the same result is a change of wing sections, employing at the wing tip a section that will hang on especially well at high angles of attack. Still another way of getting the same results is a slot in the leading edge of each wing near the tips, familiar to all pilots from many ships. A slotted airfoil can go to higher angle of attack than can an ordinary one. Hence, a slotted wingtip will remain unstalled when a non-slotted one might be badly stalled. Hence, slots in the leading edge of the wingtip will make the aileron on the trailing edge of that same wingtip much safer and much more effective in slow flight. Another important improvement has been made, again not by improving the aileron itself, but on the transmission between the aileron and the pilot's stick. This is known as the differential aileron and is found today on most airplanes. The linkage between the stick and the control surface is such that when the pilot moves the stick, say to the right, the aileron on the left wing is deflected downward only comparatively little. The aileron on the right wing is at the same time deflected upward a great deal. The logic behind this is as follows. Deflecting an aileron upward can't do much harm. It is the downward deflection that causes our troubles, adverse yaw and wingtip stalling. Hence, reducing the downward deflection reduces the troubles, while at the same time the increased upward deflection of the other aileron keeps the whole aileron system fully effective. Finally, the control surface itself has also been improved. The modern aileron has lost all semblance to the original kitchen door-like simple flap. The freeze aileron is based on two ideas. One is the offset hinge. When the aileron is deflected upward, so as to depress the wing, this trick hinging causes the leading edge of the aileron to protrude, lip-like, down into the airstream. This lip acts as a drag, tending neither to lift the wing nor to depress it, but simply holding it back. And this drag partly balances the drag which at the same moment is being caused by the other aileron, the one which at the same moment is set to raise the other wing. Thus, the offset hinge equalizes the drags of the two wing tips and reduces the adverse yaw effect. The other idea behind the freeze aileron is the slot effect, which goes into action when the aileron is deflected downward so as to lift its wing. This slot has its usual effect of preventing a stall, and thus the freeze aileron remains comparatively effective at very high angle of attack when a simple kitchen door aileron might stall the wing instead of lifting it. Some experiments. Despite all these improvements, both these inherent faults of the aileron, adverse yaw and wingtip stalling, are still present in almost all our airplanes and are likely to cause trouble in certain situations when you least expect them, especially the adverse yaw. It might be a good idea for the student to convince himself experimentally that those effects are still present, that they are not theoretical abstractions, but actual and important facts. One way to do this is to try some stalls and see how the ailerons really work. This is a valuable experiment. When an airplane is stalled, it becomes laterally unstable. That is, it wants to drop off over one wing or the other. The natural reaction of the pilot is then to try to keep it level by using his ailerons. But in stall practice, the student is told that this is wrong. He must never use the ailerons while stalled. Instead, he must maintain lateral control by quick, decisive footwork on the rudder. He gathers that this is because the ailerons might stall the wing badly and cause a spin. Sooner or later, though, he is bound to experiment while flying solo and use aileron just the same. And he will find in most ships that the ailerons are quite nicely effective even in the stall, that all this talk about wingtip stalling is not really true, at least not in his ship. This, however, is a dangerous sort of assurance, for the ailerons are effective only because he is using a good deal of rudder at the same time. For, at this stage of his training, a certain degree of control coordination has become second nature to him. If you really want to find out what your ailerons do to your airplane in a stall, take your feet off the rudder, stall the ship, and, as the ship fixes to fall off, say over the left wing, try to keep it under control by ailerons alone. What you will probably observe is that your ailerons make a brave attempt to raise the drooping left wing and seem for a while to be succeeding. But at the same time, the adverse yaw effect, now unopposed by any rudder, slews you around to the left so badly that the wing never succeeds in actually coming up. The ship will probably yaw clear around by 180 degrees and will eventually spin off over the left wing, although you are trying to hold it up with the aileron, or really because you are trying to hold it up. It is interesting also to do a spin and at one point suddenly put the aileron against the spin, the thing which the naive, untutored flyer would naturally do if he found himself suddenly in a spin. Most airplanes will immediately begin to spin much faster and more viciously, owing to adverse yaw or wingtip stalling, or both. It is not advisable to try this without the foreknowledge of an instructor, since in some ships it might lead to some dangerous type of spin. Still another occasion when the student can observe the adverse yaw is in taxiing against the wind. The ship will tend to turn right if stick is held to the left, and vice versa. This is especially noticeable when taxiing a seaplane and is an important trick in seaplane handling. A demonstration of the adverse yaw effect in ordinary cruising flight, simply by rolling the ship from side to side, may remain somewhat unconvincing to a student, because in modern ships, this effect has been so well compensated for that in fast flight it is almost negligible. But try the same thing with the airplane in fairly slow flight, stabilizer wound well back, and you will get the effect much more sharply. How to fly with kitchen doors. In short, then, even the present standard airplane must be flown somewhat as if it had the kitchen door type of aileron, only that the modern pilot may be a bit sloppier about it. For the sake of clearness, it may be best to assume for a moment that all these improvements had not been made, and to think over just how a pilot would have to behave in an airplane that had just simple kitchen door ailerons. Certainly, he would find out right away that he must never use the ailerons without diligently supporting them by rudder. This would be a valuable discovery for a student to make, for in fact, this is the main purpose of the rudder in all airplanes, old and new, to give the pilot a means by which to combat the adverse yaw effect of the ailerons. That is what coordination is all about. That is why we use rudder on going into a turn and coming out of a turn. If the ailerons had no adverse yaw, we would not need a rudder. And what a blessing it would be for the beginning student if he could early in his flying career get a clear concept of what he has got a rudder for. How much skidding and slipping it would eliminate. How many necks it would save. Too many flyers still stagger around with the idea that the purpose of the rudder is to steer the airplane round the corner. This notion is about as healthy as that a rattlesnake makes a pleasant pet. Next, the pilot of the kitchen door airplane would discover that his rudder action must become more and more lively the more he slowed the airplane up. Even while he might be still far from stalled, he would have the feeling that he was maintaining lateral control, mostly by his footwork, the way you maintain it in your present non-kitchen door airplane in a real stall. An example of this would be the climb out of a small field, perhaps on a gusty day. Old-timers may still remember how this used to be a thing which a good instructor would stress, one of those priceless bits of wisdom that one didn't get from routine instruction and that were definitely not in the books. Now, on a day like this, he might say, don't rely on your ailerons too much. If the left wing drops on you, sort of kick it up by right rudder. To a more recently trained pilot, this might sound as if, in those ships, you must have been always close to a stall in climb. But of course you were not. It was merely that the ailerons had more adverse yaw effect. They also were less effective, and you had to come farther over with the stick to get results, which again increased the adverse yaw effect. So that, without lively rudder action on the pilot's part, the ship would have responded to the ailerons simply by yawing, The left wing, instead of coming up, would have stayed down, and the drag of the left aileron would have nosed the ship sharply around to the left. In a modern airplane, this effect is very much washed out, but it does exist. The more you have your ship slowed up, the more footwork on the rudder you will need to coordinate with your handwork on aileron. How to get out of a turn in a hurry. Flying our imaginary kitchen door airplane, a pilot would make an interesting observation concerning the recovery from a steep turn. He would find that, banking into the turn, he could manage with very little rudder, but on trying to unbank, to come out of a steep turn, he might find it impossible to bring the wing up without much help from the rudder. The adverse yaw effect would keep pulling him into the turn, so that with his feet off the rudder, he might be simply helpless and might well wind up in a spiral dive or a spin. Why is this? In a steep turn, the airplane flies at high angle of attack. The pilot holds a lot of back pressure on the stick. The higher the angle of attack of the airplane, the more pronounced is the adverse yaw effect. Banking out a fast, low angle of attack flight into the turn, there is not much yaw, and hence little need for rudder. Unbanking out of slow, high angle of attack flight, there is much yaw, and hence much need for rudder. Right here, you probably think that all this is too theoretical and of no practical value. But actually, this very effect has broken many a neck. Most fatal accidents develop out of steep turns near the ground. There is reason to suspect that in many cases the pilot stumbles over his ailerons, so to speak. Turning and steeply banked, with the stick well back and a lot of G-load on the ship, he decides that something is wrong. Just what that something might be makes another story. It might be an incipient stall, or a gust that suddenly overbanks him, or whatnot. At any rate, he suddenly wants to get back to straight and level flight in a hurry. He puts on extreme aileron to the high side, so as to unbank. But because he is then flying at high angle of attack, with the stick well back, the adverse yaw effect is very powerful and pulls him in, swerving his nose to the inside of the turn and downward. To this swerving of the nose, the panicky pilot is likely to react with yet higher aileron to get unbanked, and the stick held back yet further to get the nose up, and thus he works himself into a spin, but what actually happened was he stumbled over his aileron. In our imaginary kitchen door airplane, there would be only one way to get out of a steep turn quickly and safely, especially once that steep turn had begun to go sour. First, let the stick come forward, thus reducing angle of attack, getting the wings unstalled, giving the ailerons less adverse yaw, and also making sure that the ailerons won't stall the wing rather than lifting it. Then, a lot of top rudder, left rudder if in a right turn, and then only high aileron, so as to roll the airplane out of the bank. Simple ailerons used on a slow-flying or nearly stalled airplane, and any airplane is in that condition in a steep turn, would be useless or even nasty. The other controls would first have to create the proper conditions before such ailerons could become effective or even safe to use. Here again, what is true of the kitchen door airplane is true, in a washed-out fashion also of more modern airplanes. Even the modern airplane needs more rudder coming out of a steep turn than going into one. Even in modern airplanes, if a steep turn goes sour, there is only one safe way to recover in a hurry. Get the stick forward first, put on top rudder then, and last of all, and gently, use your ailerons. And if such a recovery produces a certain amount of side slip or other lack of coordination, never mind. Stick forward. That would, quite in general, be the main thing a pilot would learn in flying an airplane with kitchen door ailerons. Whenever the ship would be slow to respond to the ailerons, he would learn not to put on more aileron, holding the stick farther over, but instead to get the stick forward and thus revitalize his ailerons. He would learn this, or else he would sooner or later spin in, pulled into the spin by excessive adverse yaw, or dropped into the spin by a wingtip stalled through excessively used aileron. And the same general rule is still true of today's airplanes and very much of gliders. Whether you are trying to bank or to unbank, or whether it is a gust that hits you, Whenever the airplane fails to respond readily to a little aileron, the thing to do is not to use more aileron, but to get the stick forward. Sometimes it is true, a lot of aileron will do what a little aileron failed to do. Usually, it is true, energetic help from the rudder can cope with a situation that aileron alone can't handle. But the only certain way to regain control surely and promptly, to maintain control under all conditions, is to get the stick forward. Chapter 11. The Rudder. The important thing to understand about the rudder pedals is that they are unnecessary. Like your wisdom teeth, they serve no very good purpose, but can cause much trouble. The airplane needs no rudder pedals. It should have no rudder pedals. In all probability, it will have no rudder pedals 10 years hence. Yet as long as our airplanes have this control, it is most important to the pilot. It is the control that causes the greatest difficulty for beginners. Fully a third of an elementary course in flying is devoted, when you come right down to it, to teaching the use of the rudder, its proper coordination with the other controls. And even the more experienced pilot often has trouble using it correctly. In the typical fatal accident, which involves a stall and a spin, misuse of the rudder is almost always partly to blame. Along with two other pilot errors already discussed, an elevator pulled back too far in an attempt to keep the airplane up, and a possible stumble over the ailerons. As you might expect, there is a connection between the fact that the rudder control ought not to be on the airplane at all and the fact that pilots have so much trouble using it correctly. You would have trouble using a stick of dynamite correctly in your children's nursery. The uses of the rudder. To clear this up, let's go down the list of the various purposes for which the rudder is used in our present conventional airplanes. First of all, to steer the airplane while taxiing. It is in taxiing, and only in taxiing, that the rudder pedals of the airplane get results similar to those of a car's steering wheel. But at best, steering the airplane by rudder is a nerve-wracking job. For at the slow speed of taxiing, the air doesn't flow past the rudder briskly enough to make it very effective. Hence, almost all airplanes are now equipped also with other steering devices for use on the ground. Independent wheel brakes allow the pilot to brake one or the other wheel and thus steer the airplane. In taxiing a twin-engined ship, differential use of the two throttles turns the airplane right or left. Many training ships have steerable tail wheels linked up with the rudder pedal. Of those which have tricycle landing gears, some have a steerable nose wheel. Thus, the rudder's services in taxiing do not make it indispensable. The rudder is fairly important during the takeoff run. When the steerable tail wheel, or the steerable front wheel, as the case may be, is no longer on the ground, the airplane can't be steered by it. Steering by brakes, on the other hand, would be clumsy during a takeoff run, when you want all the acceleration you can get, and thus the rudder is vital during the takeoff run. However, tricycle-geared airplanes have been built which keep all three wheels on the ground until the very moment when the airplane breaks away from the ground and becomes controllable by the usual flight controls. Such an airplane is therefore entirely controllable while on the ground by steering the nose wheel. It needs no rudder. In such airplanes, the nose wheel is linked up mechanically with the same control that moves the ailerons, and the rudder pedals get a fate they deserve. There aren't any. In flight, most airplanes need rudder against the torque, that annoying tendency of an airplane to turn to the left under the influence of its power plant. If an airplane does suffer from torque, it does need a rudder, and all single-motored conventional airplanes have this trouble, at least in some flight conditions. But here again, airplanes have been built that are free of this disturbance, proving it can be done, hence this use of the rudder is not essential either. Sometimes the rudder is used to produce side slip. If you put on left aileron, the airplane will bank to the left. Once banked to the left, it will want to turn to the left. But if you put on right rudder along with the left aileron, the airplane cannot turn to the left, but will instead slide sideways, downward to the left. Side slip is useful in maneuvering an airplane to a landing on a predetermined spot, since it permits the pilot to get rid of altitude without picking up speed. But the maneuver is unnecessary in an airplane equipped with a flap, a spoiler, or some other device by which the descent can be steepened without building up excess speed. Not all airplanes have such a device, but all should have one, and soon probably all will have one. Hence, this use of the rudder, too, is not really essential. The rudder is also used in crosswind landings. In order to have the airplane going straight over the ground at the moment when it makes contact with the ground, it is made to sideslip through the air by the same disposition of stick and rudder that has just been described. For example, if the crosswind is from the left, the stick is held to the left, rudder to the right. This maneuver is admittedly essential in a conventional airplane. But an airplane equipped with tricycle landing gear need not go so strictly straight over the ground at the moment of ground contact. It can afford to touch with some sideways drift. Hence, this use of the rudder could be dispensed with too. The rudder is very important in a stall. When stalled, the airplane becomes laterally unstable. That is, wants to capsize to the left or to the right. Ailerons don't work well on a stalled wing, as explained earlier. They are likely to drop the wing when they are intended to lift and to promote a spin. What the pilot really ought to do, of course, is to get the stick forward and let the airplane come out of the stall. But as long as it is stalled, it is true that only the rudder will keep its wings level or keep it from spinning. And once the airplane is in a spin, it is true that the rudder is an important help in getting it out. This is the main reason why the present-day airplane still has a rudder. The catch is, however, that there is no good reason why an airplane should ever be stalled, let alone why it should be allowed to spin. The spin has no utility whatever, not even as a combat maneuver of evasion. Airplanes can be made unstallable, and they can very successfully be made unspinnable by restricting the elevator travel and suitably designing the ailerons. And once the stall and spin danger is gone, this use of the rudder is also no longer essential. And so, the rudder has no real function in flying. But what about the turn? But wait a minute, says the student pilot. What about turns? How could you ever turn the airplane if you had no rudder? And this is where we get down to business, important business, to analyze how an airplane really turns and what exactly the rudder does in a turn. Your kid brother thinks that an airplane turns because the rudder is held over. He thinks that an airplane's rudder pedals do in the airplane exactly what the steering wheel does in an automobile. Almost every beginning student has the same idea, and even quite a few experienced pilots still will tell you the same, though they don't actually fly that way. It's still in many books. What's worse, it is still being taught to kids in high schools. That idea is the worst single misconception about flying that is today still widespread. It is a curse. It causes more headache to student pilots than any other single thing in flying. Almost every student wastes a lot of time because he can't figure out what to do with the rudder and when and why. It also kills more pilots than any other cause, save perhaps that other idiocy, the idea that pulling the stick back makes the airplane go up. Or rather, it is the combination of the turn-by-rudder fallacy with the up-by-elevator fallacy that is sure poison. The airplane does not turn because the rudder is held over. It turns because it is banked. A turn is flown by leaning the airplane into a bank and then lifting it around, as it were, by back pressure on the stick. The rudder has no primary role in the whole procedure. This may be a new and strange thought to you. It is so overwhelmingly important to anybody who trusts his neck to an airplane that a special chapter will be devoted to it, trying to give you a clear idea of how an airplane really does turn. Meanwhile, you may take it on faith. It is not, as you might possibly think, a pet theory of the authors. It is accepted by all good instructors and all designers. One definite proof of it is that at least 2 makes of airplanes have been built which have no rudder at all. Not only no rudder pedals, but actually no rudder, and they are nevertheless completely maneuverable, able to execute turns with normal quickness. It still does not make sense to me, a student may say. You claim that turning flight results not from using the rudder, but from the bank, combined with back pressure on the stick. but at the same time, my instructor tells me that I must use rudder in every turn. If I am not using the rudder to turn the airplane, then what in the name of common sense am I using it for? You can't blame him for being puzzled. In every other case where he uses the rudder, he understands clearly what he is doing with his feet, what the force does, so to speak, which he is exerting with his foot. In taxiing, he knows it kicks the tail around to turn the airplane. In takeoff and landing runs, he knows it holds the airplane straight against crosswinds, torque, and uneven ground, which are trying to make it swerve. In takeoffs and climbs, he knows it counteracts the torque. In a side slip, he knows it counteracts the ship's tendency to turn in the direction in which it is banked. But when he puts foot pressure on a rudder pedal during a turn, he does not know what this force is supposed to do. It is not obvious, and too often the instructor fails to show him. The student needs to be shown a force that disturbs the airplane during a turn and must be counteracted by rudder. This force is the adverse yaw effect of the ailerons. It is against the adverse yaw effect that we use rudder in a turn. Against the adverse yaw effect and nothing else. The moment the student becomes conscious of the adverse yaw effect, he can see clearly why he must use rudder in a turn and when and how much. The adverse yaw effect has been discussed. It is that tendency of the ailerons to pull the airplane's nose around to the left side while they are putting it into a right bank, and to the right side while banking the ship to the left. The wrong way turning tendency. This tendency is found in all conventional airplanes, but in many types it has been so successfully reduced, at least for normal, fairly fast flight, that an unobservant pilot might fly for years and never become clearly conscious of it. The causes of the effect have been fully discussed in the previous chapter. Our job here is to figure out just how it disturbs the airplane in the turn. The entry into the turn. Suppose then that a pilot flies a turn, say to the right, with his feet off the rudder pedals. As he presses the stick to the right, the airplane leans into a bank to the right. As soon as it is banked to the right, it naturally wants to turn to the right. A perfect turn would thus naturally result if it were not for the adverse yaw. But in using his ailerons to lean the airplane into the bank to the right, the pilot produced an adverse yawing force that wants to swerve the airplane's nose to the left. This force results in the pilot feeling thrown against the right side of the cockpit and keeps the airplane from going into the right turn as it should and as it naturally would. Thus, the airplane is banked but cannot turn. Instead, it side slips to the right. And while a right turn will eventually result, owing to the bank, it will have been entered in a sloppy and slipping manner. Just how strong this effect is depends upon the type of airplane, particularly on the type of ailerons it has, and also on the angle of attack at which the airplane is flying. It also depends on how hard the pilot shoved the stick to the right. Some ships, especially older ones with unsophisticated ailerons, when flown without rudder, will not turn at all, but simply bank and side slip to the right as long as the stick is held over. Other ships, especially newer ones, have such perfectly designed ailerons that the whole effect is negligible, at least in normal, fairly fast flight. Most airplanes will actually turn, but will turn hesitatingly and will side slip a little even while they turn. Every pilot knows this characteristic hesitation of the airplane at the beginning of a turn. And probably every pilot can remember how in his first few hours the instructor would complain that he was slipping and would tell him to use more rudder. For that is what the rudder is used for in a turn. It is used to counteract the adverse yaw effect. It rids the airplane of that disturbing influence which keeps it from turning into the bank. When you use rudder in the beginning of a turn, you use it not to turn the airplane, not to help get the turn started. You use it only to keep the airplane from turning the wrong way. The rudder, then, is not of equal rank with the ailerons. It is the servant of the ailerons. You use rudder because you are using the ailerons. The turn itself. But now, back to the pilot who is flying a turn without rudder. Suppose that he disregards the hesitation and the slipping and simply establishes the bank he wants, say 45 degrees. The moment he has established the bank, He no longer needs any ailerons, and thus he lets the stick come back to neutral. And the moment he does that, he rids the airplane of all adverse yaw effects. And now the airplane is free to do what it wants to do, that is, to turn into the bank. Freed of the adverse yaw effect, it suddenly starts to turn willingly and flies a perfect turn. Every pilot knows that characteristic change in the airplane's manner, how at one point, when you bring the stick back to neutral, it suddenly seems to become willing to turn. And now, what about the rudder? Now that no adverse yaw effect acts on the airplane, the rudder is no longer needed. Thus, when he neutralizes his ailerons, the pilot must also neutralize his rudder. If he did not, if he kept holding rudder against a force that is no longer there, he would merely disturb the airplane. This is a very frequent fault with the students. For if you have the usual idea that the rudder is the airplane's turning control, why naturally you will want to hold rudder as long as you want to keep turning. Probably every pilot can remember how, in his first few hours, the instructor used to yell during this part of the turn, "You are skidding! You are holding too much rudder!" Or, "Stop riding the rudder!" This would puzzle him greatly. Just how much rudder did it take to fly a turn? First, in the entry to the turn, this fellow had told him he was not using enough rudder. Now, a few moments later, it was too much rudder. You can see now what his trouble was. He did not understand the purpose of the rudder. Had he understood in the beginning that the only purpose of the rudder in a turn is to counteract the aileron's adverse yaw effect, it would have been obvious to him that, in the entry, when the ailerons are working hard, a lot of rudder is needed, while in the turn itself, when the ailerons are doing practically nothing, no rudder is needed. Straightening out. But now again, back to the pilot who is flying a turn without rudder. Suppose now that he has turned far enough and wants to straighten out. Being in a bank to the right, he now presses his stick to the left so as to unbank the airplane. What happens? The adverse yaw effect reappears, but on the other side. Now that the pilot has the stick to the left, the adverse yaw pulls the nose to the right. Now that the pilot wants to stop the airplane from turning to the right, the adverse yaw turns it even more to the right. Just how pronounced this effect is depends again on the type of the airplane and particularly on the type of ailerons it has. And again, it also depends on just how the pilot handles the stick. There are airplanes that, roughly handled, cannot be brought out of a turn by ailerons alone. There are others in which this effect is very slight. Most airplanes, flown without rudder, will unbank and will eventually stop turning, but will do it unwillingly and sluggishly, with much wallowing, skidding, and slipping. Every pilot knows this characteristic of the airplane. The moment you press the stick even the least bit to the high side, giving aileron as if to unbank, the nose begins to hurry around along the horizon with a sudden new eagerness. And it is against this eagerness to turn that we use rudder while coming out of a turn. We don't use it, strictly speaking, to stop the turn or even to help stop the turn. The turn is stopped by getting the airplane out of the bank. We use it to kill the additional turning tendency which is suddenly caused by our use of the ailerons. Again, the rudder is entirely subservient to the aileron and is used because we use ailerons. So much for the use of the rudder in the turn. It is used, then, purely to keep the adverse yaw effect from swerving the airplane. The whole procedure of flying a turn is described in more detail elsewhere. Right here, another thing must be made very clear concerning the rudder. The rudder must keep working against the adverse yaw effect, not only at the beginning and the end of turns, but all the time. Coordination. For we use the ailerons not only when we want to turn and when we want to stop a turn, but we use them almost continually, even in straight flight, unless the air is perfectly smooth. Every time a gust drops one wing or the other, we level the airplane again by aileron. And whenever the ailerons are used, however slightly, they cause an adverse yaw effect. Whenever there is an adverse yaw effect, the airplane is not flying perfectly, but skidding or slipping slightly. Hence, for perfect flying, even the slightest hand pressure on the ailerons must be accompanied by foot pressure on the pedals. Both together is the rule of smooth flying. You should convince yourself that the adverse yaw actually does exist and that it actually does disturb the airplane noticeably. One way to do this is to fly the airplane in fairly rough air without rudder. The nose will continually yaw. And if you sight out along one wing, watching the wingtip's apparent motion relative to the ground, you will see the yawing even more clearly. How now the wingtip seems to stand still for a moment and then again takes a sudden jump forward, instead of smoothly sliding along as it should. The moment you put your feet to work on the pedals and move stick and rudder both together, this continual back and forth yawing stops. The adverse yaw effect can be clearly observed also when taxiing against a fairly strong wind. It is possible to steer the airplane on the ground by using the adverse yaw. If you want to turn left, hold the stick over to the right. Now, on the ground, with the ship resting on its two wheels or two pontoons, the ailerons cannot bank the ship. But this adverse yaw effect is free to turn the airplane the wrong way, that is, to the left. This is an important trick in handling a seaplane on the water. The automatic rudder. The Wright brothers knew what the rudder is for. They had the whole airplane figured out much more brilliantly even than most people realize even now. They knew that an airplane could not be successfully turned by rudder, but would have to be turned by leaning it into a bank and lifting it around with the flippers. Their first glider didn't have a rudder, but they also soon discovered the adverse yaw effect when their first attempt to bank to the right produced a turn to the left and a crash. The Wrights then fitted a rudder, but they understood the nature of the rudder better than most airmen have understood it since. They knew that it was merely a device for counteracting the adverse yaw effect. They hitched their rudder up mechanically with their aileron control. Thus, giving aileron to the right would automatically always be accompanied by right rudder. Aileron to the left by left rudder. Aileron in neutral, neutral rudder. What we now call coordination of stick and rudder, what we spend tedious hours learning, and, as the accident record shows, never learned quite well enough, was reduced to a mechanical device. The latest trend is back toward the same idea. In the modern safety airplane, pioneered most successfully by Fred E. Weick, the rudder is once more hitched up mechanically with the same steering wheel that also moves the ailerons, and once more, there are no rudder pedals. Such an airplane has restricted flippers and thus cannot be badly stalled. Hence, it does not need an independent rudder for control in stalls and spins. It has no torque, and hence needs no independent rudder action merely to keep straight. It has a tricycle landing gear with steerable front wheels, and hence needs no rudder for control on the ground. Because of its tricycle landing gear, it can afford to touch the ground in a crosswind landing with some sideways drift. Hence, it doesn't need an independent rudder to produce sideslip. Whenever the pilot uses the ailerons in such an airplane, the rudder goes over at the same time. Whenever the pilot neutralizes his ailerons, the rudder, too, returns to neutral. Such a ship is built, then, on the clear-cut theory that the rudder's only purpose is to counteract the adverse yaw effect of the ailerons. And such an airplane flies a perfectly coordinated turn and coordinates perfectly also in straight flight through rough air. In very fast flight, when the aileron's adverse yaw effect is very slight, it may skid a little from slightly too much rudder action. In very slow flight, when aileron yaw is pronounced, it may yaw a little from insufficient rudder action. But experiment has proved that even the most expert pilot cannot, in the long run, coordinate as well as does such an airplane, and that he will occasionally produce skids or slips much worse than such a two-control airplane could possibly produce. And of course, such an airplane's control action is infinitely better than that of the mediocre pilot, or the scared pilot, or the confused and tired pilot. That proves it then. The only real purpose of the rudder is to counteract the adverse yaw effect of the ailerons. And some designers go even farther. Ailerons can be designed that cause practically no adverse yawing effect. Hence, we ought to be able to do not only without the rudder pedals, but actually without the rudder itself, without any movable vertical surface on the tail. Some slight yawing tendencies might remain, but they can easily be stopped by the fixed vertical tail fin if the fin is only big enough and the tail long enough. Along this formula, Professor Koppen of MIT has built rudderless safety airplanes which coordinate extremely well. And he goes so far as to say this about the rudder: "The only purpose of the rudder is to cover up the mistakes of the designer." Part 4. The Basic Maneuvers. There are only 4 maneuvers that a pilot can execute in an airplane: the turn, straight and level flight, the glide, and the climb. All other maneuvers, however difficult, however intricate, however important they may be, are only variations or combinations of those 4 fundamentals. This is not an idle theoretical notion. It is the official doctrine that governs the entire curriculum of modern flight instruction. For example, if the student pilot has difficulties with his landings, he is today not allowed to practice landings until they finally click, as he wants to, and as used to be customary in flight instruction only a few years ago. Instead, he is returned to the practice of fundamentals, in this case, to the practice of glides and of stalls, which can perhaps be called a form of the glide. For flight instructors find that if the student's mastery of the fundamentals of flight is firm enough, his landings will click almost at first try and will require amazingly little practice. Quite in general, if the student has difficulties with any maneuver, the modern flight instructor always suspects that the trouble is some flaw in the student's understanding of the fundamentals. This may throw some light also on the true role of the so-called advanced maneuvers, the chandelle, the lazy 8, the pylon 8, and so forth. To the student at flying school, those maneuvers sometimes appear as the essence of all flying, but the instructor knows that they are not at all important in themselves, but are merely exercises by which to develop better mastery of those 4 fundamentals, and tests by which to show up flaws in the student's technique of turning, climbing, gliding, and so on, flaws that might otherwise go undetected and cause trouble in some practical flight situation. The final aim of, say, the chandelle, that tricky combination of climbs and turns, is still merely to enable the student to fly a good turn and a good climb. Hence, this book will not discuss the chandelle, the lazy 8, or the pylon 8, but will discuss instead directly the things that those maneuvers try to teach, that is, those 4 fundamentals of flight. One might perhaps take exception to the idea of 4 fundamentals. For example, one of the following chapters will show that straight and level flight is really nothing but a series of S-turns, infinitely shallowed out. One might maintain that there are fundamentally only 2 things to be learned in controlling an airplane: how to fly a turn and how to fly at various angles of attack, which includes the stall and the spin. In order to make this book more useful to the listener, however, the official doctrine of the 4 fundamentals is accepted here, and the following chapters will discuss 3 of those fundamentals: the turn, straight and level flight at cruising speed, and the glide. About the climb, some important facts will be found in Chapter 19 on the working speeds of an airplane. About those phases of flight which involve high angle of attack, mushing, flight, the stall, the spin, some explanation has been attempted in the first chapters of this book. Chapter 12. The Turn. How do pilot and airplane behave during a turn? The record shows that they behave badly. A close analysis of accidents, later in this book, suggests that we pilots, as a group, simply don't know how to turn right or left. Almost all fatal flying accidents are caused by loss of control during a turn, and this despite the fact that out of a student pilot's first 100 hours of flight instruction, at least 50 hours are devoted to teaching him to make turns, for most of the so-called advanced training maneuvers, such as chandelles, lazy 8s, pylon 8s, are really only exercises in turning right and left. That may seem strange, even unbelievable. Imagine a motorist not really knowing how to turn an automobile right or left. Imagine a farmer getting mixed up on the G and haw. But flying is still quite an art. Suppose you start out by asking your kid brother how a turn is flown. He has read quite a bit about airplanes. He has hung around at the airport. He has taken a high school course in aeronautics. He ought to know. The turn-by-rudder idea. Here's what he will tell you. The control that turns the airplane is the rudder. That's what an airplane has a rudder for, stupid. Except that it is worked by pedals. An airplane's rudder is used exactly like the steering gear of an automobile. When you want to turn left, you press the left pedal forward with your foot, at the same time relaxing your right foot and letting the right pedal come back. The more sharply you want to turn, the farther you hold the left pedal forward with your foot. As long as you want to keep turning, you keep holding the pedals that way. And when you finally want to fly straight again, you let your two pedals come back to neutral again, and the airplane's flight path straightens out. That is not, however, your kid brother's whole story. He will next explain to you about the bank. Luckily, he will say the airplane, not running stodgily with four wheels on a flat road, can be banked as it goes around the turn, the way a bicycle or motorcycle is banked. And is it fun? If you make a sharp turn, you sometimes are way over on your side. Boy, it is keen, and although it looks dangerous, it is nothing to worry about. In fact, because the airplane is so fast and the air is so thin, you have to bank the airplane in every turn, or else it will simply slither on in the old direction even though you turn its nose into some new direction, much like a car that turns too sharply on a slippery road. And he can tell you just how to bank the airplane. Hold the stick to the side toward which you want to bank. The more steeply you want to bank, he says, the farther over you must hold the stick, and you must keep holding the stick over as long as you want to stay banked. When you bring the stick back to the middle again, the airplane will level its wings. And finally, he can even tell you just how to coordinate your stick and rudder. If you feel a skid, he says, it is a sign that you are using too much rudder and not enough aileron. You are getting too much turn with not enough bank, and you need more aileron. If you feel a slip, he says, it is a sign that you are using too much aileron and too little rudder and are banked too steeply for the amount of turning you do, and you need more rudder. This now makes a pretty good theory. It is simple, straightforward, and it sticks with you. But it is no good. It causes many men to wash out from Army and Navy flight training. For if you follow it out, you will never coordinate your controls quite correctly. It also causes many accidents. For if you follow it out, you will often fly turns, especially sudden ones, with the controls all set for a spin. And if you get your controls set for a spin often enough, it is only a question of time before someday you do spin. Here's what's wrong with the theory. It is built on a mistaken idea that the airplane turns because of the rudder. Most of the troubles, small, big, or fatal, that pilots have with turns can be traced to this one idea, that the rudder is the airplane's turning control, that a turn in an airplane can be produced only by putting the rudder over. Unfortunately, this turn-by-rudder idea is hard to kill. It has a way of recreating itself. It is often used to explain the airplane's controls to high school kids or casual flight enthusiasts, simply because it is easy to understand for non-flying writers and readers, teachers and pupils. It recreates itself also in the pilot's own nervous system, even after he really should know better. This is because you can use the rudder with apparent success to steer the airplane, that is, to make small changes of direction in straight wings-level flight. As explained elsewhere, this is a faulty technique of flying straight, but it is widely practiced, and if you use your rudder 30 times a minute to steer the airplane a little bit more to the right and a little bit more to the left, you are bound to use it also when you want to steer the airplane a whole lot to the right and a whole lot to the left. But the rudder can never produce a turn. It cannot start a turn or even help the turn get started. It cannot stop a turn or even help the turn get stopped. The only effect the rudder can ever produce is yaw, and the only effect it can ever stop is yaw. Yaw, in this sense, means practically the same as skid or slip. The airplane's nose is swung to one side or another while the flight path continues substantially unchanged, so that the airplane slices through the air slightly sideways. Yaw is not turn. A turn, a clean, nice curving of the flight path without skid or slip, cannot be produced by the rudder but is produced by entirely different means. The rudder is essentially quite unnecessary for the turn. Some airplanes haven't even got a rudder, but only a rigid vertical fin, and yet they turn. And the birds don't even have a vertical fin. All this will be made clear to a patient listener, but first we must kill the turn by rudder idea. Only when that is done can the listener's mind be really receptive to the story of how the airplane really does turn. What happens if you try to turn by rudder? There is a close connection between saintliness and sin. It is always worthwhile to find out by actual experiment that sin does not pay, and just why not. Suppose you find out in actual flight just what happens when you attempt to turn the airplane by rudder alone. Out of straight flight, with wings level, put on gentle right rudder, leaving your hands entirely off the stick. At first it works pretty well. You get a turn to the right. You also get some skid to the left, but unless you are using your rudder viciously, the skid isn't even so very bad. For the airplane, having a built-in will of its own will attempt to stop the skid by banking to the right. The nose drops slightly, and the airspeed builds up slightly, but it seems hardly enough to bother. So far, so good. If you relaxed your rudder at this point, you would get from then on a fairly nice shallow turn. You would simply have made a rough, skidding entry into that turn. But for the present experiment, keep on holding gentle right rudder and observe. You are now slightly banked. Your right side is thus slightly earthward, your left side slightly skyward. When your rudder now swings your nose around, it no longer swings it purely around along the horizon as it did when your wings were level. Around now means also slightly earthward. Your nose goes down, your airspeed builds up, and you begin to lose altitude. At the same time, the skidding continues, and the ship continues to try to stop the skid by banking up more steeply. The more steeply it banks, the more pronounced becomes the effect just described. By the time the bank has reached 45 degrees, your rudder swings your nose earthward fully as much as it swings it around. At about this point, you will almost certainly grab hold of the stick, because your airspeed starts building up in earnest. If you still kept on holding the rudder, this is what would happen. The ship would keep on banking up. The more it banked, the more earthward the action of the rudder would become. Pretty soon you would be in a steep, extremely fast corkscrew dive, and if you still kept on, and had any altitude left, you would go past vertical into a slightly upside-down position, corkscrewing down. This proves that what the rudder produces is not a turn, but something else. As often stated, the rudder is not the airplane's directional control. In fact, the airplane has no directional control. For example, in a right bank, right is also earthward, left is also skyward, and up in the pilot's sense is also somewhat to the right in the ground observer's sense. Thus, an airplane's controls do not work as one would expect at first or even second glance. Direction of flight is changed by a complicated maneuver, employing several controls in a definite time sequence. This delicate coaxing around of the airplane is called the turn, and it is about half of the art of flying. Now back to the corkscrew scenario. While the sequence of events I described is very bad, it is only an experiment. What actually happens in practical flying is less spectacular, but much more dangerous. The pilot does not let a corkscrew dive develop. When he first notices how his nose swings earthward, the pilot starts putting back pressure on the stick to keep the nose up. He does this because he doesn't realize that he himself is ruddering the nose earthward. If he did, he would of course relax his rudder. Also, he suffers from the illusion that the elevator is the up control, and that up in this sense is where the sky is. In short, he is all confused, though happy. All he actually accomplishes by putting back pressure on the stick is to force his airplane to a higher angle of attack, slowing it up and bringing it closer to a stall. At the same time, the skidding kills some of his flying speed. Also at the same time, he now holds a lot of aileron to the high side, to the left if in a right turn, because he notices that the airplane wants to steepen its bank. A little of that overbanking tendency would be present even if the turn were flown correctly, but most of it is due simply to the pilot's holding right rudder, for the rudder causes a continuous skid to the left, and the ship responds to this skid by trying to bank to the right. The pilot's aileron action, however, now causes an adverse yaw effect, which swings the nose even more to the pilot's right, which, because of the bank, also means earthward. This again, to the pilot's mind, increases the need to hold back pressure on the stick to keep the nose up, away from the ground. It is in this fashion that the turn-by-rudder idea finally leads the pilot to barge around a right turn holding right rudder, at the same time holding the stick in the left rear corner of the cockpit, his controls all set for a spin. Just exactly how does this disposition of stick and rudder invite a spin? Consider first of all what a spin is. A spin is nothing but a fancy stall. One side of the airplane is stalled, the other is not, and therefore the airplane sinks down twisting. Remember next that the direct and immediate cause of any stall is not lack of speed, not having the nose too high, but flying the airplane at too high an angle of attack. And the angle of attack at which an airplane flies is determined by the position fore and aft of the stick. The farther back the pilot holds the stick, the higher is the angle of attack. Thus, as the pilot gets the stick farther and farther back in his effort not to let the nose swing earthward, he is forcing the airplane to fly at higher and higher angle of attack, and bring it eventually quite close to stalling angle of attack. And now remember the tricky nature of the ailerons. The ailerons are devices to increase or decrease the angle of attack on the wingtips. As the pilot holds the stick well over to the left in an effort to keep the ship from overbanking to the right, what he really does is to set the right wingtip to an extra high angle of attack. But seeing that the stick is well back and the whole airplane is at high angle of attack anyway, this extra angle of attack on the right wingtip may well stall it, and if it does, the airplane spins off to the right. Sometimes the story is a little more involved. It may be that the aileron does not immediately produce a stall, but merely produces a very strong adverse yaw effect, which slews the nose around even more sharply to the right being also earthward, thus tricking the pilot into hauling the stick even farther back and stalling the airplane that way. If this happens, the airplane will possibly spin over the top, that is, rear up momentarily, execute a vertical reverse, and spin off to the left. But in any case, if a turn is made sharply enough under the turn-by-rudder formula and continued long enough, only an extremely patient airplane could fail to spin. Try it out sometime and convince yourself. Kick it into the turn? The student pilot is no fool. As he makes his first turns under the coaching of an instructor, he discovers almost right away that his kid brother's turn-by-rudder theory simply does not work. In fact, this is one of the first big discoveries he makes about flying. He finds that once he has used ailerons and rudder in the beginning of the turn, both controls apparently become somewhat unnecessary. Once banked, the airplane seems to stay in the bank without having to be held in the bank by aileron. In fact, it wants to steepen its bank of its own accord and must be kept from doing so by a distinct and constant opposite aileron pressure, that is, leftward pressure in a right bank. Once turning, the airplane seems to keep on turning without much further need for rudder. In fact, he may sometimes catch himself flying a left turn, especially a climbing turn, with slight right rudder. It seems as if both stick and rudder could be centered and the ship would nevertheless keep on turning. He also discovers that during the turn he must hold back pressure on the stick to keep the nose from going down. This fact also was not in his kid brother's theory, and he can do nothing with it mentally. And finally, he discovers that, at the end of a turn, when he wants to fly straight again, he can stop the turn only by using strong opposite stick and rudder, right rudder and right aileron to straighten out from a left turn. All this the student discovers, or rather, he begins to discover. The trouble is that, When the facts don't fit our ideas, we usually try to disregard the facts, and especially so in the air, where it is often hard to study out just what the facts are, and where the facts are often rather odd. And the way the rudder behaves in a turn is odd. If you think of this rudder as the turning control, it is as if your car, after turning a corner, kept on turning, even though your steering wheel were straightened out again, and as if it refused to straighten out from a left turn until your wheel were turned way over to the right. It simply cannot be quite true, the student feels. Trying to hang on to the idea that the rudder is what causes the turn, here is how he usually figures things out. The ship is sluggish, he reasons. It takes a bit of an extra shove to get it turning. This extra shove is given to it by a rather pronounced kick on the rudder in the beginning. Once turning, however, the airplane tends to keep on turning because of that same inertia. And it would keep on turning more or less forever unless you gave it finally a shove the other way around to stop it, this shove being given by the opposite kick on the rudder at the end of the turn. That's the kick it into the turn theory of flying. It is a subdivision of the turn by rudder idea, a refinement of that vicious fallacy rather than a fresh and sound idea. In this theory, the turning is still caused by rudder, only the manner and timing is different. The theory is popular not only among the student pilots, but among pilots who ought to know better. Some instructor will no doubt protest that he doesn't advocate anything as crude as kicking. You never kick, he says piously. You exert a pressure. But that is only a question of vocabulary. The fact still remains that in his own mind he uses his rudder to start the turn. Well, you might say, maybe the reason why most pilots believe in it is that it works. Isn't it drawn from the observed facts? Isn't it the way the good, smooth pilot actually uses stick and rudder? True, one can fly for years by that formula and never get into trouble. But that's what makes it vicious. If a spin resulted from this theory every time, it would have been abandoned long ago. It survives because it works apparently well enough. But it is wrong, and it will cause trouble, especially on turns made in a hurry, suddenly, sharply, under mental stress, in an emergency. Remember, too many pilots die, and almost always by spinning out of turns. This is because so many pilots, when they make a turn, don't really know what they are doing. How does an airplane turn? Now that you understood that the airplane is not turned by rudder, your mind may be free to accept the story of how an airplane is turned. This story is much more complicated and requires an energetic mental effort to understand it. Most people will rather die than think. This book is intended for the exceptions, and so we start. First of all, the formula. An airplane is turned by laying it over on its side and lifting it around through back pressure on the stick. You have done it often in steep turns. Most of us have gone through a stage where that was all the steep turn technique we had, the well-known slam-bang system of doing verticals by which you first rolled over into steep bank, regardless of any slipping that developed while you did so, and then yanked back on the stick and pulled yourself down into your seat until you got woozy. This is a rough manner of making a turn and not approved, because it shows lack of coordination. Still, it is sound. It is based on the correct idea. It is a pity, therefore, that we can't reverse the usual procedure and teach a student steep turns before shallow turns. Probably the heaviness and the crazy attitude would disturb him too much, and probably he would fly so erratically that the instructor would have to interfere too much. But it would give him the correct idea of an airplane's turn, as no amount of explanation can. To get the idea for yourself, go up sometime for a quarter hour and work your way gradually from steep turns toward shallow turns. What is so obviously true when you lie almost on your side and pull the stick back is still true at a 45-degree angle of bank. What is true in a 45-degree bank must also be true in a 30-degree bank, and so on down into the shallow turns. Feeling things out for yourself in that order, you never come up against a point where your mind demands that there must be some other cause, such as the rudder, to account for your airplane's turning. It is all bank, plus back pressure on the stick. True, as you make your turns shallower, the idea of laying yourself on your side and hoisting yourself around by pulling back on the stick become paler, but then so do the turns thus produced. The turns become wider, less turning. If you lay yourself over only a little and put only slight back pressure on the stick, you get only a tame gradual turn, and vice versa. If you want a gentle turn, it is enough to use just a little bank and just a little back pressure on the stick. In no case, however, do you need rudder. Why does an airplane turn? Once you have got the feel of the turn, you may want an explanation. Why does the airplane come around? The formula. An airplane turns because its wings shove it over sideways, and its tail makes it weathercock. What makes the airplane come around is the force of its wings. More precisely, the force created on the airplane's wings by the impact of the air, the same force that also holds the airplane up. This force is commonly called lift, but the word lift suggests to many pilots, wrongly, a force that always acts straight up. Actually, what engineers call lift does not necessarily act straight up. It acts at right angles to the relative wind, and hence may act up or down, or sideways, or slightly forward, depending on the direction from which the relative wind strikes the airplane, and on the airplane's attitude. But we want to avoid here the rather barren sort of discussion that often passes as theory of flight, and doesn't really explain things, but merely gives them names, preferably Latin ones. For this discussion, let's call this force simply the wing force, and let's make the simplifying assumption that it always acts perpendicularly to the wing. Thus, if the wings are level, the wing force pushes straight upward. If the wings were upside down, as on top of a loop, the wing force would act straight down toward the earth. If the wings were exactly up and down in a truly vertical bank, the wing force would act to push the airplane over toward the horizon. In straight flight, then, when the wings are level, the wing force simply holds the airplane up against the pull of gravity. But if you bank, you thereby tilt the direction of the wing force. With the airplane tilted over to the right in a 45-degree bank, the wing force acts no longer straight up, but is also tilted 45 degrees over to the right. Hence, it no longer merely holds the airplane up, but it also shoves the airplane over to the right. This alone would not produce a turn. If no other force went into action, the airplane would then simply slide sideways through the air over to the right. What makes it execute a proper turn, instead of such sidling motion, is the impact of air upon the ship's tail. The tail, acting much like the tail feathers of an arrow, won't let it slide through the air sideways, but makes it swing around, much like a weather vane, nosing the airplane around into the relative wind produced by its own motion. When the wing force shoves the airplane sideways through the air over to the right, the tail is blown to the left, and the nose thus swings to the right. The airplane turns into the bank. This is, of course, an exploded account. It takes a number of events that happen simultaneously and pulls them apart into a step-by-step time sequence. Actually, the wing force starts pulling the airplane sideways from the first moment on, when the airplane is even the least bit banked. And actually, the sideways sliding of the airplane can never develop, because the tail will never allow it to develop. The tail begins to weathercock the airplane around as soon as there is even the merest tendency of the airplane to move sideways through the air. It is not necessary that there be actual side slip before the airplane will turn, after it has been banked. The turning follows from the bank exactly because the airplane is shaped so as to avoid side slip. But now to continue with our account of the turn. Now that the airplane has turned, its wings are still banked. Its wing force still pulls it sideways. Sideways, as counted from the new direction of flight. Again, it would slide sideways through the air, and again the sideways relative wind that results from the sideways motion blows the tail around and causes the airplane to turn. In this fashion, a smooth, steady turn results from the bank. Thus, you can see that an airplane turns because it is banked and for no other reason. It needs no rudder. And you can see even now, before going more deeply into the matter, a most important rule for pilots. If you want a sharper turn, there is only one way to get it. Not rudder or more rudder, as so many student pilots believe, but bank. More bank. The steeper the bank is, the more sideward does the wing force pull. Hence, the more lively is the turn. This should be precisely understood by every student. The student tends to think that the turn is caused somehow, probably by rudder, and that he banks the airplane merely to make himself comfortable, much as a driver on a curve produces the turn by twisting his steering wheel and at the same time wishes the road were banked, because that would make it safer and more pleasant. In short, to the student it seems as if the bank were a consequence of the turn, but that is wrong. The turn is a result of the bank. The more of a turn you want, the steeper must be the bank. This should be so firmly etched in a pilot's mind that he will remember it in an emergency, especially when maneuvering for a forced landing after engine failure. In such an emergency, there is always a tendency in the first place to hold the stick too far back, in a confused attempt to conserve altitude and stretch one's glide. This makes the airplane vulnerable to any further misuse of stick and rudder. If the pilot then tries to turn sharply, perhaps in order to make a certain field, there is always a tendency to try to hurry the nose around by rudder, especially because there is also a natural reluctance to bank steeply while near the ground. Such an attempt to keep the bank flat and hurry the turn by rudder is likely to be the last thing the pilot ever does. Why back pressure in a turn? But what about the back pressure on the stick? The back pressure on the stick is not necessary in order to get a turn. It is necessary only in order to get a good turn and to avoid a loss of altitude during the turn. The smoothness of the turn depends very much on correct application of that back pressure. The student usually worries a lot about the exact coordination of rudder and aileron. What he ought to worry about is the coordination of back pressure and bank. All this we shall now try to make clear. First of all, the why of it. What happens if the pilot simply banks the airplane without putting back pressure on the stick? The wing force, which in straight wings level flight acted straight up and was just big enough to hold the airplane up, is now tilted and has a double job. Part of it goes to hold the airplane up, part of it goes to shove the airplane sideways. But the wing force is no bigger now than it was in straight wings level flight. Therefore, it cannot do either of the two jobs quite to satisfaction. It now fails to some extent to hold the airplane up, the airplane sinks, and in sinking, noses down. At the same time, the wing force also fails, to some extent, to push the airplane sideways as energetically as it should. The resulting turn is therefore sluggish, and the airplane slips off to the side toward which it is banked. This is not dangerous and would never lead to loss of control. In fact, the airplane will correct for it by its own stability, its own built-in will to fly. Disregard the slipping, the dropping of the nose, the sluggishness, the loss of altitude for a few moments, and the airplane will pick up speed. As the speed builds up, the wing force builds up. The force is made, after all, by the impact of air upon wing, and that impact increases as the square of the airspeed. If the speed increases even only a little, the air hits the wing very much harder. As the wing force grows big enough for its dual job, the airplane finally stabilizes in a beautifully flown downward spiral, flying at high airspeed and losing altitude, but making a perfect, non-slipping, not at all sluggish turn. Ordinarily, however, we don't want to fly downward spirals, but level turns. We sometimes can't afford loss of altitude in a turn, being perhaps too close to the ground. Also, we prefer not to slip or skid, and that's why back pressure must be held against the stick in every level turn. The wing force must be increased as the airplane is banked. By forcing the stick farther back, we force the airplane to fly at higher angle of attack. For the stick is the airplane's angle of attack control. At the higher angle of attack, the wing then produces a bigger force, and the bigger wing force is then adequate for the double job of holding the airplane up and shoving it over to the side. A level, non-slipping turn results. The steeper the bank, the bigger is the additional job that the wing force must do, additional to its original job of holding the airplane up. It follows that the steeper the bank, the more back pressure is needed on the stick. In order to get a smooth and level turn, therefore, the amount of back pressure the pilot applies on his stick must always be exactly right for the angle of bank that his airplane happens to have. A problem in coordination. Thus, the how of back pressure is also worth studying. This is where the student tends to neglect proper coordination of controls. In the beginning of the turn, while still steepening the airplane's bank, he tends to wait with his back pressure until he has the airplane banked as he wants it, and only then does he apply back pressure. This is the aforementioned slam-bang system of making turns, and it is rough, for its result is lack of back pressure during the beginning phase of the turn. This makes that beginning phase sluggish and slipping. If a pilot still has turn-by-rudder ideas in the back of his head, he then tends to remedy the trouble by using bottom rudder. This remedy, however, is worse than the trouble. To get a perfect entry into the turn, the back pressure must be applied and gradually increased even as the airplane rolls into the bank. At any one moment, the back pressure must be exactly right for the steepness of bank that the airplane has reached at that moment. This is difficult to do. What makes it so difficult is that the pilot is accustomed to coordinating control pressures with control pressures. He is accustomed to accompanying such and such a hand pressure against the stick with such and such a foot pressure against the rudder. But the firmness of back pressure on the stick during a turn must be governed, not by any other control pressure the pilot is exerting at the same time, and particularly not by the sideways pressure he is exerting on the stick while rolling the airplane into the bank. It must be governed by a visual impression, how steeply the airplane is banked, as judged by the way the horizon seems tilted in front of the ship's nose. Roughly, he can also judge by the way the nose behaves in the skyward, earthward sense. He must apply enough back pressure to keep the nose from going down. In fact, the nose appears noticeably higher relative to the horizon during a correctly flown steep turn than it appears in straight and level flight. This is because of the much higher angle of attack during the turn. Errors and corrections. It may now be worthwhile to discuss certain errors that the pilot is likely to make in a turn and certain corrections he can make. If he applies too much back pressure, what happens? The wing force is then excessive, and it will carry the airplane around briskly and at the same time lift it up. The ship will carry the nose rather high and will gain altitude, but there will be no slip or skid. The ship will simply execute a perfectly flown climbing turn. This can also be stated the other way around. If your altimeter creeps up during a turn, the reason is that you are holding too much back pressure, and the remedy is to relax your back pressure slightly. If the pilot applies too little back pressure to the stick, what happens? The airplane slips slightly, at least for a while, until the speed has built up. It carries its nose low and keeps losing altitude. A pilot who has turn-by-rudder ideas is then tempted to use bottom rudder in an attempt to get more turn and stop the slip. But the remedy is simply to increase the back pressure slightly. This also can be expressed the other way around. If during any part of the turn the airplane slips, the reason is almost certainly lack of wing force, that is, lack of sufficient back pressure. The rudder should be left alone until an increase in back pressure has been tried. If an airplane loses altitude during a turn, the reason is again lack of sufficient wing force, and the remedy is to increase the back pressure. This is so in a correctly flown turn. If the ship is losing altitude because it is being stalled, that is another matter. The secret of keeping a turn strictly level lies therefore entirely in the proportion of back pressure to bank. For a given bank, too much back pressure gains altitude, and too little back pressure loses altitude, and temporarily also causes slipping. Instead of adjusting the back pressure to the bank, the pilot may also do the opposite, change the bank so as to fit it to the amount of back pressure he chooses to hold. For example, he might be in a very steep turn, holding a great deal of back pressure, yet he may notice that his altimeter is creeping down. To put on even more back pressure seems somehow wrong to him, and rightly so. It would be likely to stall the airplane. Thus, he simply keeps the back pressure constant and takes off a little bank, almost unnoticeably little will do the trick. This restores the proper proportion between bank and back pressure and stops the loss of altitude. Or, if the pilot takes off still another bit of bank while holding the original back pressure, he gets a slightly climbing turn. All this is true of shallow and steep turns alike, except that, in the shallow turns, the pilot will usually prefer to adjust back pressure to bank, while in steep turns, he will often prefer to adjust bank to back pressure. Notice that the rudder has no function in all this. There is a theory still ghosting around the older airports that in a steep turn, the controls reverse their functions, and the rudder becomes the elevator. That is, that in a steep turn, you regulate climb and descent and the position of your nose above and below the horizon by giving top or bottom rudder. There is no difference between the steep turn and the shallow turn as far as control functions are concerned, and the less you think about this theory, the better off you'll be. The laws of the turn. The airplane's ability to turn quickly and sharply, often called its maneuverability, concerns not only the fighter pilot. It concerns the pilot of every ship in all maneuvers. Every small turn the pilot makes, every smallest correction of his flight path, is subject to the same laws that also govern his sharp, tight, steep turns. These laws are closely tied up with the whole matter of back pressure and wing force, G-load, and persistence in straight motion. We shall not discuss the mathematical connection here, but shall simply state what these laws are and how they affect the pilot. Turning ability depends on three factors. By far the most important is speed. The speedier ship needs very much more room to turn around in. If you fly twice as fast, you need, at any given angle of bank, 4 times the room. For example, at medium bank, a 100-mile-per-hour airplane may need about 1,000 feet to turn around in. Turning radius 500 feet. A 200-mile-per-hour airplane, turning at the same medium bank, needs 4,000 feet to turn around in. When a pilot transfers to a faster ship, this is at first likely to spoil all his planning. He overshoots all his turns. He is carried too far out, or else he finds that he keeps having to bank up much more steeply than he had intended. But that isn't all. The speedier ship also needs more time to turn around in. If you fly twice as fast, you need, at any given bank, twice as much time to accomplish a given change of direction. For example, the 100-mile-per-hour ship can reverse its direction of flight by holding a medium bank for half a minute. The 200-mile-per-hour ship, however, will need a whole minute to reverse its direction of flight at the same angle of bank, and if it wants to turn around in a half a minute, it must use a much steeper bank and much more back pressure, and must fly much closer to the stall. This effect often startles observers on the ground. When a very fast airplane makes a turn, it is often in a steep bank and yet seems to be flying almost straight. You would swear that the pilot is flying on his side in a slipping turn. A glider's turn, on the other hand, often looks skidded. The glider is banked only moderately, but yet it swishes right around. Actually, both ships are presumably flying proper turns. Proper turns flown at such different speeds will simply have such different appearances, according to perfectly clear laws of the turn. So precisely do those laws work out that you can calculate the speed of an airplane if you can observe only 2 things, the angle of its bank and the time it takes to accomplish, say, a 90-degree change of flight direction. A pilot notices this effect very much when he first transfers to a much faster ship. The faster ship seems stiff. He puts it into a reasonable bank and applies back pressure, and it feels all right, but the nose doesn't seem to come around as quickly as he thinks it should. He tries on a cross-country flight to make a small course correction, say 5 degrees, and if he wants that correction at all promptly, he finds that it takes quite appreciable bank to get it. It is often said that, in a very fast airplane, even a slight turn will lead to the pilot's blacking out, owing to excessive G-load. This is misleading. For any given angle of bank, the G-load on the pilot is the same, regardless of the speed, power, weight, wing loading, or size of the ship. In a light plane or a fighter, a 60-degree bank will make you twice as heavy as you are. But understood in another sense, this statement is true. If a turn is to be accomplished in a prescribed time or a prescribed space, the fast airplane may black out its pilot. Suppose that both a light plane and a fighter were following a railroad track with a curve in it. The light plane could take that curve with only a medium bank and would not feel much G-load. The fighter, owing to its high speed, might have to bank up to 80 degrees to take the same curve, and at about 80 degrees, the G-load is 5.75, and blacking out begins. The second factor that affects turning ability is the airplane's ability to maintain a very steep bank without slowing up so much, owing to increased wing drag, that it will stall. This depends mostly on the power available, but also on wing shape. When flying at high angle of attack, the long, narrow, glider-like wing has less drag than the short, stubby wing of the same area. Slow to roll. The third factor that affects turning ability is the quickness with which the airplane can assume a bank, and hence a turn. At first glance, this seems to depend mostly on the size of the rudder, and one sometimes hears arguments to that effect. Actually, the rudder does not produce the turn, and as long as it is big enough to take care of the adverse yaw effects of the ailerons, even with the ailerons hard over, it is big enough, and enlarging it or giving it more throw will not enhance the ship's maneuverability. The effectiveness of the ailerons is much more important, for it is the rolling into the bank that consumes precious quarter seconds. Even with overwhelmingly powerful ailerons, however, you simply cannot roll an airplane into a bank instantaneously, because the wings themselves resist any attempt to roll the airplane fast. This is called the lateral damping effect of the wings. When the airplane rolls into a bank, one wing is forced to squash downward through the air, and the faster it tries to squash, the more firmly the air resists it. At the same time, the other wingtip must squash its way upward through the air, and again, the faster it squashes through the air, the more firmly the air resists. Thus, the rolling of any airplane is strongly damped. This effect is, of course, the stronger the longer the wing, because the farther out the wingtips are, the more actual up or down travel they must do for any given rolling motion of the ship, and hence, the bigger is the resisting force. In addition, the resisting force then acts on a longer lever arm. Then, if you double the wingspan, you quadruple this damping effect. That is one reason why, in the old days, pursuits were biplanes or even triplanes. It made them quicker to roll into a turn. The effect should not be misunderstood. It does not mean that some airplanes can't bank steeply. It merely means that some airplanes can't achieve a steep bank very fast. Simplifying enormously, take a monoplane with a long wingspan and a biplane with a shorter wingspan, both of the same speed, flying abreast of each other down a railroad track. Both will have the same turning time and the same turning radius, but both are not equally quick to start a turn. Suppose that at a given signal both are required to stop, that is, go into a steep continuous turn. A few moments after the signal, the biplane is steeply banked and turning tightly, while the monoplane has as yet achieved only a shallow bank and a wide turn, and is still trying to steepen its bank and tighten its turn. The result is that the monoplane will be carried farther out and over to the side. Because of their high wing loading, consequent short span and high speed, modern fighters have no excessive lateral damping effect, even though they are monoplanes. This effect is especially noticeable in gliders because of their large wingspan. You cannot roll a glider into a turn faster than a stately, gradual leaning over. Even with the ailerons hard over, it simply won't roll any faster. The glider misses the bus. This is troublesome to the soaring pilot. You glide along straight, hoping to find an updraft. When you finally hit one, it is usually so small that you fly right through it. Your problem then is to get back into that same spot of air. In first sight theory, you need now merely to assume a bank, any bank, and hold it constant, and the resulting circle cannot fail to bring you back to the updraft spot. But in some gliders it takes so long to establish a bank that the intended circle becomes a figure 6 and brings you out beside the updraft spot. You have missed the bus. The upward turn. Everything that is true of the turn, of the curving of the flight path sideways, is true also of the pull out from the dive, the flare out from the glide, the pull up into a loop, in short, of any curving of the flight path upward. An upturn of that kind is in most respects simply a turn of zero bank. It is subject to all the laws of the turn. This sounds like a theoretical and useless idea, but it isn't. It is practical and interesting. It warns you, first of all, that you can stall with your nose down in too sharp and upward turn, just as you can stall with your nose on or below the horizon in too tight a sideward turn. Even in a straight down dive, even at terrific speed, just get the stick back far enough and you will stall and spin, unless the excessive wing force or excessive G-load, same thing really, breaks the wings off first, which in civilian ships is much more likely. You can say such a stall is caused by the excessive G-load, or you may say it is caused by too backward a position of the stick or by too high an angle of attack. The three things necessarily go together. The stick position causes the angle of attack, which produces the greatly increased wing force, which causes the deflection of the flight path, which causes the G-load, which makes the wing force necessary. It is all the same thing, simply a turn. Nose-down stalls. This type of nose-down stall occurs sometimes at the end of a loop. The student has felt light in his seat on the top of the loop and has hauled the stick all the way back trying to tighten the loop, to keep himself pressed into his seat, and also to hurry the maneuver to a finish. On top of the loop, while the airplane is upside down, the ordinary laws don't quite apply. But at the moment that the nose is vertically down again, the normal laws apply again, and, the stick being all the way back, the airplane stalls right there, with its nose pointing straight down, and spins. Another example of such a nose-down stall, caused by an upward turn, happens sometimes when an upward turn is combined with an ordinary sideward turn. Suppose that, during a turn which was intended to be level, you have allowed your nose to drop and have picked up a lot of speed. You now try to get the nose up again where it belongs simply by applying more back pressure. This is perfectly sound flying. It will do the trick and will do it without slipping or skidding. It is, in fact, the only way in which you can do both. Keep on with your turn and stop the loss of altitude. The only other way to get the nose up would be to shallow the bank, widen the turn, and keep the back pressure constant. But it means that you are doing two turns, one upward, one sideward, both at the same time. You exert back pressure enough for two turns. You get G-load from two turns at once. You get angle of attack enough for two turns at once. You may easily stall, with the nose well down, mark well, and in a quite moderate bank as well, and perhaps at very high speed. Or here again, the excessive wing force, alias excessive G-load, alias excessive back pressure, might take off your wings. Diving on girls' houses. Next, the upward turn idea is of practical interest for the poor suckers who dive on girls' houses. For the same laws that govern the sideward turn, left and right, also govern the upward turn, up and down, in regard to the time and the room needed to turn. In order to regain level flight out of a vertical dive at 100 miles per hour, you need a certain amount of room, depending on the G-load you are willing to put on yourself and on your airplane, say 400 feet. But out of a dive at 200 miles per hour, in the same ship or in any other ship, you need 1,600 feet for recovery to level flight, provided that you want only the same G-load as before. This means that every second during which you are picking up speed in a steep dive not only kills a lot of altitude, but also adds enormously to the amount of additional altitude you are going to use up when you want to stop the dive. In this case, flying at twice the speed means you need 4 times the room to accomplish a turn. It is simply math, but its cumulative effects are perfectly astounding and frequently fatal. First, in a big way, every once in a while some pilot grossly underestimates the amount of room he needs for the pull-out and dives steeply into the ground. Or realizing his predicament, he pulls back so hard that the wings collapse, or he pulls himself into one of those nose-down stalls and spins, or, Perhaps he blacks himself out while quite near the ground and hits something. Beware, therefore, of your first few flights in a new airplane which is faster than what you have been flying and probably also cleaner, so that in a dive it picks up more speed faster. Such an airplane is likely to have retracting landing gear and possibly also an arrangement by which the throttle can't be closed unless the wheels are down. In such an airplane, it is hard to get out of a high-speed dive, such as might result from stunting or from loss of control while flying blind. Hence, it is wise to do any experimenting with your landing gear extended, in order both to reduce the cleanness of the ship and to enable yourself to cut power. But this effect, the dangerous increase in space requirement if the diving speed increases only a little, is positively poisonous when it works on a small scale, for it is then even less suspected by the pilot. Shallow diving at a girl's house, a pilot underestimates the amount of room needed by 20 feet and hits the chimney. The error of judgment seems quite inexplicable unless you know the laws of the turn. The room needed for an upward turn increases as the square of the speed, just as the room needed for a sideward turn, and the time needed increases also. The slight upward turn from a shallow dive is just as subject to that law as is the more spectacular pullout from a regular steep dive. The pilot underestimates his turning radius and turning time in the up and down sense. He overshoots his turn, makes it too wide, because of the excessive speed of the dive, just as he used to overshoot his right and left turns the first time he flew a faster ship. The chimney looms in front of him, and he reacts, but he reacts too gently and too late. Wing loading and the landing. But the most interesting application of the turning laws to the upward turn is this. They explain the difference between piloting a heavily wing-loaded and piloting a lightly wing-loaded airplane, especially on landing. It may be of interest to anyone who plans to transfer from slower to faster, more heavily wing-loaded equipment. Compare a light airplane, wing loading 6 pounds per square foot, with a cargo ship, wing loading 24 pounds per square foot, and assume that both ships are equally well behaved. This assumption is not unreasonable. Airplanes of different wing loadings usually do differ also in control feel, in stability characteristics, in stalling characteristics. But that is not because of their different wing loadings, but because of the different purposes for which they are designed. There are heavily wing-loaded airplanes whose stall behavior or whose control feel is much like that of a light plane. The discussion here will disregard other differences between fast and slow ships and concentrate on the effect of wing loading alone. Other things being equal, then, the cargo ship will make its approach and landing at twice the light ship's speed, this much based on the physical laws of lift. But this means that the heavy fast ship makes all turns, for a given G-load, 4 times as wide. And that goes not only for turns right and left, but also for upward turns, particularly the flare-out for the landing. In the light ship, you are accustomed to flare out at such and such a height, and while still such and such a distance from your intended landing spot. In the heavy ship, using the same landing technique, you would have to start flaring out 4 times as high and 4 times as far away. If you didn't, you would have to pull up more sharply, possibly so sharply that the G-load would squash you right through on the ground. But that isn't all. Not only is the spacing different, but also the timing. Since he is flying twice as fast, the pilot of the faster ship needs twice the time and must begin his flare-out twice as many seconds before the actual landing as the slow ship pilot must. Timing and spacing. Note that both the time factor and the space factor tend to trick the slow ship pilot into flying the heavily wing-loaded airplane into the ground, or else having to pull it up very sharply at the last moment. Experience shows that this is indeed the way the green pilot behaves on a heavy ship. And note that both the time factor and the space factor force the pilot to start his landing maneuver while he is still well away from the ground, and hence not able to judge with as much precision as he can closer to the ground. Thus, the heavily wing-loaded ship poses 2 problems to the pilot. First, he must get accustomed to a new rhythm in timing and spacing. Second, even then he needs more accurate, more skillful sensing of height, flight path, speed, and all other factors that make or break a landing. This discussion assumes that both pilots are making the same type of approach and landing. For example, both are making three-point landings, or both are making wheel landings. But even that isn't all. Heavily wing-loaded ships usually glide very much more steeply than do the light ones. This is not, as many students think, a direct result of the high wing loading. It is a result rather of the enormous power plants that necessarily go with high wing loadings. When idling, those motors, nacelles, and propellers act as enormously powerful drags. Because of this steeper glide, the heavily wing-loaded ship has more upward turning to do in the landing flare-out. This makes it necessary to flare out even earlier, even higher. That is, much earlier in time, and very much higher and further back in space, in order to avoid having to flare out even more sharply with more G-load. This is one reason why heavily wing-loaded ships usually do not make the same type of landing as lightly wing-loaded ones, but make their landing approach with power on, along a shallow path of descent. This technique makes it easier for the pilot in two ways. Not only is the approach more accurate, but also there is less upturning to do at the end. The nasty small-scale effects again. When a pilot dives on his girl's house, the small-scale working of the turning laws trying to make him hit the chimney is more treacherous, perhaps, than their big-scale working trying to dive him into the ground at a steep angle. The same thing is true in landing the heavily wing-loaded ship. The small-scale working of the turning laws is most important. Not only the flare-out itself, but every small correction is also subject to the turning laws. The ship is stiff in the up and down sense, just as it is stiff in the right and left sense. In landing a light trainer, most pilots make many small, quick fore and aft motions with their stick, making small corrections up or down of the flight path. And in such a lightly wing-loaded ship, these corrections take effect practically instantaneously, as to time and within inches as to height. In the more heavily wing-loaded airplane, landing twice as fast, the same corrections need 4 times the room and twice the time to take effect. The airplane reacts within half seconds or seconds as to time and within feet as to height. Thus, the heavy ship pilot cannot make a quick correction so easily. He must, therefore, use more accurate judgment to begin with. Superman? To sum this up, then, there is no real difference between the heavily wing-loaded and the lightly wing-loaded airplane. Both are the same sort of machine, subject to the same laws. But so are a flying baseball and a flying bullet the same sort of device, subject to the same laws. For the human being concerned, the same laws produce entirely different results. The lightly wing-loaded airplane can be handled in the ordinary working style of ordinary men, including the authors, which is a process of fumbling, of trial and error. The pilot simply watches, finds out what he is doing, and then makes a correction. The heavily wing-loaded airplane demands more precision. The pilot cannot watch for imperfection to become apparent, but he must be able to anticipate what the ship is going to do. He must more nearly really know what he is doing. The use of the rudder in turns. And now, once more, the rudder. What does the rudder do in a turn? This has already been discussed in the chapter concerning the rudder. It was explained there that, as you roll the airplane into a bank, the ailerons cause an adverse yaw effect which must be counteracted by rudder. The same thing is true on rolling out of a turn. An adverse yaw effect appears which calls for the use of rudder. On rolling out of the turn, more rudder is needed than on going in. This is because during the turn the pilot has forced the airplane to higher angle of attack, in order to get sufficient wing force to accomplish the turn. And at high angle of attack, the adverse yaw effect of the ailerons is more powerful. Hence, the rudder action must be more powerful. Thus, the rudder does go into action during the turn, but it does not cause the turn. Someone may object that, in instrument flying, we regulate rate of turn by rudder, and instrument flying is scientific flying. Anything we do on instruments is probably correct. This is half true, half false. It is true that instrument flying is more scientific and that the use of the controls while on instruments is apt to be more correct than while we are flying by outside vision. It is also true that we react to the position of the turn needle by rudder. But it is not really true that we regulate the turn by rudder. We do so only in a make-believe way. We act as if the rudder regulated the turn. Actually, when we use the rudder to make the needle point as we want it to point, we don't turn the airplane. We merely skid the airplane, thus causing the ball to roll to the high side, and thus we force ourselves to use our ailerons to bank the airplane, and the bank then causes the turn. And to the author, it seems highly dubious that the present rule, control of the turn indicator by rudder, will survive much longer. It is not scientific, not correct, and not efficient. It is a blemish in our technique of instrument flying, and, as a matter of fact, it is frequently disregarded in practical instrument flying. The rudder does nothing in a turn that it does not also do in straight and level flight. In all flying, the rudder's essential function is to keep the airplane from yawing, to counteract all disturbing influences, whatever their source, that would tend to slew the airplane around and make it slither sideways through the air. The two biggest of these disturbances are the adverse yaw effect of the ailerons and the so-called torque. And it so happens that, in a turn, both these disturbances are comparatively plentiful. At the beginning and the end of the turn, while the airplane rolls into the bank and out again, there is much use of aileron, and during the turn itself, especially a steep one, the power plant labors heavily while the airspeed is somewhat reduced, and there is much torque. Hence, the rudder is comparatively busy when the airplane makes a turn. But still, it neither produces the turn nor helps produce it. It neither stops the turn nor helps stop it. Bank and back pressure do that. But how am I to know, a student might ask, whether to use rudder at any given moment, and on which side, and how much? There are two answers to this. First of all, you know it by reasoning, if you understand the purpose of the rudder. Whenever you put rightward pressure on the stick, you know exactly. This must now be causing some yaw to the left. Quick, Henry, the rudder. And when you go around a steep turn with wide open throttle and well-back stick, you know, this now must be causing a lot of torque. I'll have to hold against that with my right foot. It is amazing how comparatively well you can fly that way, mechanically. Flight instructors are usually horrified at the idea, but it is a fact that control coordination is fundamentally a mechanical problem and can be achieved by mechanical flying. Remember that two control safety airplanes fly beautifully that way, by a perfectly mechanical linking of stick and rudder, really of aileron and rudder, so that they can always only move both together. Of course, if you want to fly mechanically, you must understand the mechanism you are working. You certainly cannot fly mechanically if you don't understand your airplane. In this instance, you must of course rid yourself of any last hidden subconscious trace of the idea that you need rudder if you want to turn, or that you will get it turned if you use rudder. The important thing is to make the rudder entirely subservient to the aileron, to put on a touch of rudder whenever you put on a touch of aileron, however slight, and to take off your rudder pressure whenever you take off your aileron pressure on the stick. There is another answer, though, one that finally throws you back on that time-honored sense organ of all pilots, the seat of your pants. Whenever you feel as if you were about to slide in your seat toward one side, it is a sign that something is yawing the airplane, and the rudder is needed. You need not know what that something is, aileron, yaw, torque, or maybe some other effect. Just put on the rudder on the side toward which you are being thrown. For instance, in a turn to the left, you may have a feeling that you are sliding toward the left in your seat. Put on slight left rudder, and the feeling will disappear. A little later in the same turn, you may have the feeling that you are being thrown against the right-hand side of the seat. Put on some right rudder. Never mind that it is a left turn. Put on right rudder until the feeling disappears. Well, you might say, that's what my kid brother told me in the first place. But it isn't, for this is true only provided that you are flying a basically correct turn, particularly provided that you are carrying the correct amount of back pressure on the stick. If you don't, if you just bank to the right without putting on back pressure, you will get a slip to the right and to correct that slip by rudder would lead to undesirable results, as we have discovered. Thus, the rudder in the turn and in any other condition of flight can also be described as a balancing control. Whenever the pilot feels off balance, he uses the rudder to restore his balance. Now, the pilot does not feel off balance unless the airplane is skidding or slipping, that is, slithering sideways through the air. He will feel off balance every time the airplane does skid or slip. And, putting it still another way, every time the pilot feels himself pulled sideways in his seat, the airplane is being pulled sideways through the air, inevitably so, if you think about it. To use the rudder for balancing the feel of the seat of your pants means therefore exactly the same thing as using the rudder to counteract yawing effects. The Wright brothers, who knew just about everything about the airplane, knew this too. As early as 1910, in the course of their famous lawsuit against Curtiss, a foreign patent court declared that part of their original invention was that the rudder was not a turning control, but a balancing control. There is no excuse today for the pilot who still thinks that the rudder is what turns the airplane. Holding rudder during a turn? And now, for grown-ups only, a special little treatise on something which it isn't good for the young to know. How sometimes you do hold inside rudder in a turn after all. It has been emphasized that the rudder does not produce the turn. This is completely and without exception true. It has also been claimed that the rudder does nothing in a turn which it does not also do in straight and level flight. This is not always exactly true in all airplanes. In some airplanes, the turn produces a disturbance which must be counteracted by holding inside rudder. Imagine an airplane, otherwise normal, whose vertical tail fin is mounted on a tail boom a mile long. Let this airplane do a 45-degree banked turn to the right. Obviously, that tail fin would behave much as a long pole behaves that sticks way out behind the rear end of a truck. When the truck turns a corner to the right, the end of the pole does a wide, vicious sweep to the left. Such a far-extended tail fin, then, would, in a right turn, sweep around in a wide arc to the left, pressing with its left side against the air. Obviously, the air would resist its sideways passage and would slow up its sweep. The fin would keep the airplane from turning as fast as it should, considering the bank, and the airplane would slip. And if the pilot of that ship wanted a proper turn, he would have to help the tail fin swing around by using right rudder. This condition, damping, occurs also on airplanes of normal shape. In fact, it is more frequent than we usually realize. Consider the evidence. In all airplanes in a medium steep turn, we hold the stick to the high side against the overbanking tendency. And we could therefore expect, according to what has been explained so lengthily throughout this book, to have to hold a lot of top rudder as well, in order to counteract the adverse yaw effects of those ailerons. But if you watch yourself, you find that in many ships you do not in fact hold such top rudder in a turn. You find that there is no need for it. Well, why not? Who or what is taking care of the adverse yaw effect? The answer is that this sort of damping effect of the tail fin is doing the job. This particular airplane is probably of the kind that really requires a little bottom rudder in the turn, for the reasons just explained. At the same time, the adverse yaw effect of holding aileron against the overbanking tendency should really require some top rudder. What we do is to leave the rudder more or less alone and let the adverse yaw effect cancel the tail fin's turn slowing effect. But there are airplanes that during a turn require positive, unmistakable bottom rudder. What sort of airplane? As between airplanes of the same size and general shape, the slower one is more likely to be of that sort. Slowness makes the radius of turn, for a given angle of bank, much shorter, and hence the curving path much curvier. This means a more pronounced slewing around of the tail and hence more damping. As between two airplanes of the same speed, the bigger one is more likely to require bottom rudder in a turn, since, for a given curve, the fin that sits on the longer tail will be slewed around more. As between two airplanes of same general size and same speed, the one with the longer tail will have the more powerful damping and hence will be more likely to require rudder in a turn. This may clear up a lot of little puzzles. It explains why many gliders are flown with very pronounced bottom rudder in turns. The position of stick and rudder in some gliders during a steep turn is shocking to the motor pilot. The rudder is well over to the inside of the turn. The stick is way over to the outside. Because of the pronounced overbanking tendency of those ships, by all normal standards, the controls seem badly crossed. But the airplane does not feel as if it were skidding, and when the motor pilot tries some turns himself, he finally winds up with the same shocking disposition of stick and rudder. The answer is, of course, that the glider is a big aircraft and at the same time a very slow one. The turn-slowing effect of the tail fin is therefore very strong. Furthermore, the tremendous wingspan, coupled with the slow speed and resulting highly curved turn, makes for a great difference in speed between the glider's two wingtips during a turn. This not only produces a strong overbanking tendency, but also creates extra drag on the outer wingtip, which tends to straighten the ship from the turn, requiring an additional bit of inside rudder. This turn-slowing effect of the tail fin may also explain still another puzzle: why all the old-timers were so convinced that the rudder was the airplane's turning control. The ships of 20 years ago were no smaller than ours are, type for type, but very much slower. Hence their turns, for the same angle of bank, were much tighter, their curving paths much curvier. Hence the turn-damping effect of their tail fins was much more noticeable, and the need for constant inside rudder during a turn was probably much more common, thus leading to the fallacy that the rudder actually produced the turn. But all this is strictly forbidden knowledge for the student. The student will achieve the best turn if he thinks of the rudder as a device to counteract aileron yaw, and if he therefore relaxes on his rudder during those parts of the turn. For in most airplanes, that is all the rudder does. And it should be remembered that, whatever the disturbances are which the pilot must correct by rudder, they are still all sensed in the manner described. If the pilot feels himself pulled to the left, he must still give left rudder. If pulled to the right, right rudder. That goes even if the disturbance of the ship's flight should be caused by highbrow and rare effects, such as the tail fin effect just described. That effect has been described here not because it requires a different piloting technique, but merely to clear up the confusion of some observant pilot who finds that what he actually does with his rudder in a turn is not entirely explained by the simple theory of the turn. When a turn goes sour. What should a pilot do when a turn goes sour? At first glance, it will seem that there can't be any one answer. It would seem that he should simply stop whatever fault has made his turn go sour, whatever that fault may be. If the nose is too high and the airplane losing speed, let the pilot get the nose down. If the nose is too low and the airplane picking up speed, let him get the nose up. If there is skid, why, let him get off that rudder, and so forth. In short, it will seem that there will be as many different remedies as there are kinds of trouble. But a closer analysis shows that this is not so. The pilot probably does not know what has made his turn go sour. If he did, he would have checked it in ample time, and the turn would never have gone bad. And an attempt to remedy the trouble direct, for instance, to get the nose up or to get the nose down, will often fail to work, as we shall learn. It is often like trying to treat the symptoms of the disease instead of curing the disease itself. Only one thing will always work: stick forward. Leighton Collins' investigation of flying accidents suggests that this is probably the most important single rule in all flying. When anything goes wrong during a turn, get the stick forward. Don't get your nose down. Don't get your nose up. Don't try to stop skid or slip. Don't bother with anything, but get the stick forward. Forward does not necessarily mean all the way forward, with positive forward pressure, but far enough forward to relax the back pressure. For in the last analysis, it is the back pressure the pilot holds on the stick that causes his troubles. As long as an airplane flies at low angle of attack, with the stick near the neutral position, there simply is nothing that can happen to it, short of stupidly flying into a brick wall. You simply cannot lose control of it, nor will it lose control of itself. It will be stable, well-behaved, safe. No gust effect can seriously harm it. No misapplication of stick or rudder can cause serious trouble. You may skid it all you want to. An airplane with the stick near neutral will always do whatever is necessary to maintain healthy flight. But get the stick back, and you become vulnerable. At high angle of attack, the ailerons become tricky. The adverse yaw effect becomes treacherous. There is the possibility of the wingtips being stalled by use of aileron, or misuse of the rudder may now stall one wing or the other and cause a spin. Any trouble is serious trouble when the stick is back. Thus, the fact that the stick is back is the indirect cause of many troubles. It is also, however, a direct cause of trouble. It is the back position of the stick that loads the airplane with centrifugal force, so that it can stall, although its speed is well above normal straight flight stalling speed. It is the back position of the stick that causes the great stress on the wing structure in a turn, due to the tremendous wing force developed. Get the stick forward, and you are okay. But getting the stick forward in a steep turn, someone may object, doesn't put the nose down. With the airplane banked so far over on its side, what seems like down to the pilot is actually over toward the horizon. Don't you want to put your nose down at the ground first of all? But that is precisely where a pilot is likely to make his mistake. First of all, remember that what feels like down to the pilot means down to the wings. If the pilot is heavy, not toward the ground but toward the horizon, so is the airplane. In a steep turn, the wings exert their lift not only against the force of gravity, but also centrifugal force. Hence, if you let the stick come forward and let the nose dip in the direction in which you are being pulled, that is, out toward the horizon, you thereby relieve the airplane just as truly as you relieve it when you let the stick come forward in a wings level, ordinary stall. In either case, what you really do is to reduce angle of attack. It is true that, in a steep turn, letting the stick come forward does not so immediately mean a gain of speed. The speed gain comes only through a series of other adjustments which the airplane has to make first. And, since the airplane stalls at a higher speed during the turn than during straight flight, once you let the stick come forward, you will find that you really have enough speed anyway. And remember that the direct immediate cause of a stall is not lack of speed anyway, but simply excessive angle of attack. The moment you let the stick come forward, the ship's angle of attack reduces itself. For that's what the stick really is, an angle of attack control. Once your angle of attack is reduced, your stall disappears, control is again firm and safe, and your troubles are over. But if you let the stick come forward in a steep turn, someone will object, you thereby stop the turn. The airplane will then just simply hang there, way over on its side, and a violent slip will result. This is perfectly true, but it does no harm, and it is necessary. You simply cannot stop your troubles without, to some extent, stopping the turn, because the turn is the cause of your troubles. It has been explained earlier that back pressure on the stick, tightness of turn, G-load, nearness to the stall, are all really the same thing. Get rid of the back pressure, and you get rid of the turning. But you also get rid of all those other disadvantages. Your troubles are caused in the last analysis by excessive turning. Stop the turning, and you stop your troubles. But what about the resulting side slip? It is true that if you let the stick forward during a steep turn, you will suddenly hang there on your side and slip off. But side slip has never done anybody any harm. It is an extremely safe maneuver. Loss of control is just about impossible, and even if the pilot should fail to stop the side slip, the airplane's stability would stop it anyway. The dihedral will tend to level the wings, while the vertical tail area will tend to nose the airplane down and around, and the ship will turn into a steep, fast spiraling glide. Moreover, once the back pressure is released, once the airplane is at a low angle of attack, you can make unworried use of your ailerons to level your wings. Just what should be the pilot's second step after letting the stick come forward depends, of course, on what the pilot wants. If a turn feels strange or unsafe, he generally wants to return to straight and level flight. In that case, relaxing all back pressure is the first step, and after that, the airplane can be leveled and straightened. But a pilot might also choose to continue his turn. And it is perfectly possible in a steep turn to relax a good deal of one's back pressure, thus making sure the airplane is not stalled, and then resume part of back pressure, adjust the bank, and continue the turn. The appearance of the whole maneuver is simply a momentary hesitation of the nose in its travel along the horizon. The pilot momentarily feels side slip, and then upon resumption of part of the back pressure, the turn continues, but in a safer, more moderate form. Note that it makes no difference whether you want merely to regain firmer control of a turn that somehow feels wrong, or whether you want to stop the turn entirely and get back to straight flight. The thing to do first in either case is to let the stick come forward. If any mere rule will ever make the difference between life and death, this is it. Let us therefore try to eradicate all doubts about it. Let us now investigate the various other remedies that a pilot might be tempted to use when a turn goes sour. We shall learn that every other remedy is either dangerous or futile, or both. Nose low? Suppose the nose is low during a turn, or that it suddenly falls below the horizon with a resultant loss of altitude, and probably an increase in speed. A pilot who is confused and has perhaps picked up the foolish notion that in a steep turn the rudder becomes the elevator may now try to bring the nose up by simply booting on top rudder. This is futile. The nose is down for a reason. Probably the wing force is insufficient, either because the pilot holds insufficient back pressure on the stick, or maybe because he holds too much and has stalled his wings. Just simply yawing the nose up does not remedy the trouble. At best, it is useless. The nose can be held up on the horizon by rudder, but the airplane will simply keep on losing altitude just the same in a slipping turn. At worst, top rudder to keep the nose up is dangerous. If the nose is down because the airplane is stalled or almost stalled, then kicking it up may trigger off a spin over the top. That is, the airplane suddenly levels its wings, rears up its nose, and, if the turn was a right-hand one, spins off to the left. Perhaps the pilot analyzes his trouble more correctly. Perhaps he recognizes that it is lack of wing force, lift, that makes the nose ride low. And then he tries the apparently logical remedy: haul back harder on the stick. This may work, but then again it may not. If the ship has been doing a diving turn and the speed is brisk, then application of enough back pressure to get the nose up may put excessive G-load on the airplane. This has already been discussed earlier, where it was shown that such a maneuver is really a pull-up from a dive combined with a steep turn and means a double G-load. This heavy G-load may lead to structural failure, and it may also stall the airplane, despite its brisk speed. For remember, if the stick is back far enough, and thus the G-load is great enough, the airplane will stall even at very high speed. But the worst possibility is this. What if the nose is down because the airplane is already stalled? The airplane may have stalled during the turn without the pilot's clear knowledge. The thing to keep in mind in this whole discussion is that something has happened which the pilot did not expect. He didn't want the nose to be down, yet it is down. Hence, the pilot's judgment is really not worth much in this situation. Whether he feels pretty sure he is not stalled is not material. He might be stalled. Such pilots as survive a spin-in frequently testify that they did not recognize the stall for a stall and did not even recognize the spin for a spin. Remember, in a steep turn, the stalling speed is much higher than in straight wings-level flight. Hence, all the stall warnings concerned with speed, sound of speed, the feel of speed, the instrument indications of speed, are absent. Remember also that during a steep turn, when the stick is well back and the airplane nearly stalled, a gust may throw it temporarily into a stall. Actually, when the nose goes down during a turn, the chances are pretty high that it is because the airplane has been stalled. But if the airplane is really stalled, putting more back pressure on the stick won't make the nose come up. It will only make the stall worse, and the nose will go down more. The pilot, still unsuspecting, will then probably haul back even harder. The stall will become worse, and the ship will spin off. Or perhaps the pilot then finally realizes that something is wrong and hastily tries to regain straight and level flight by unbanking, using his ailerons. Result: a stumble over the ailerons and a spin. In short, once your nose is down during a steep turn, you may get it back up by hauling back on the stick, but chances are you won't. Stick forward will do the trick. Once your stick is no longer so far back, the airplane is again completely controllable, and you can do with it as you wish. Nose too high? Next, consider what a pilot might do if in a steep turn the nose is too far up, and the airplane probably losing speed rapidly. It is probably a toss-up. A pilot's first reaction might be to let the stick come forward, either because he understands what it is all about, or perhaps more naively, because he still thinks of the stick as an up and down control and reasons, want to get the nose down? Get the stick forward. In any case, it is the correct reaction. If the nose rides too high during a turn, the thing to do is to relax some of the back pressure and let the stick come forward. But in too many cases, the pilot's first idea is to kick the nose down to the horizon by booting on bottom rudder. This may work in a rough, sloppy fashion. But if the airplane should be fairly near the stall, the sudden bottom rudder may spin it off, because the sudden yaw produced by the rudder throws one wing forward and the other wing back, thus stalling the latter while unstalling the former. There is irony in this. The pilot is conscious that he is losing speed, and he is afraid of stalling and spinning. He does what he thinks is the logical thing, points the nose at the ground. But in the process of pointing it down, he produces the very trouble he was trying to avoid. So you can see how the argument runs. When a turn has gone sour, it may be possible to remedy it by ailerons, rudder, increased back pressure, or whatnot. But it is always only a chance, and there is always at least an equal chance of trouble. The only sure way to regain control is to relax the back pressure first of all. Once back pressure is relaxed, the airplane becomes again stable, controllable, and well-behaved, and the pilot can do just about whatever he wants. Chapter 13. Straight and Level Cruising. It bores the student pilot to fly the airplane straight and level at cruising speed, but connoisseurs, such as flight instructors and government inspectors, consider straight and level flight a most revealing test of a pilot's ability. It reveals whether he really understands how his controls work. And quite apart from its training value, straight and level cruising is important in practical flying. Most of your airtime, after all, is going to be spent that way. If you do it efficiently, you will get cross-country efficiently, for cross-country hinges on straightness of flight. If you set out in the right direction and then fly straight, you can't help getting there. If you wander all over the landscape, you miss your landmarks, and you never know exactly where you are going or where you have been, and you are continually on the verge of getting lost. Also, if you fly straight, your compass behaves much better, even in rough air. If you wobble, the compass will swing, even in smooth air, and give you no accurate reading. Thus, the straighter you fly, the straighter you can fly. Furthermore, the two nastiest drawbacks of flight, airsickness and excessive fatigue, have more to do with correct straight and level technique than most pilots realize. The small sideways skids that slosh the liquid around in your compass bowl and tilt up your compass card and make it swing, those same wobblings do quite similar things to your stomach and to your inner ear. And as for boredom, if you don't understand the technique of straight and level flight, a long trip through rough air can indeed produce a boredom that is almost a pain. But if you know how, flight through rough air becomes a game that keeps you alert and gives you a certain kinesthetic pleasure. Some bad habits. If the air is smooth, flying straight and level is rather simple. Still, there are some points that bear discussion. In trying to compensate for the so-called torque, one easily develops the habit of overcompensating, holding too much right rudder and at the same time constant slight left aileron, thus flying continually with the left wing low, in a slight side slip toward the left. This is simply a nervous habit. It is true that once in a while some ship will be wing heavy and need constant slight aileron pressure merely to keep level. But that condition should be corrected on the ground by re-rigging or re-trimming the airplane. And even if a pilot finds himself aloft in such a ship, there is never any excuse for flying with one wing low. The remedy is simple. Keep your wings level by consciously checking the positions of your two wingtips relative to the horizon. And use only as much rudder as you then find necessary to keep the torque effect from swerving you off. In crabbing flight, in a crosswind, there is a strong temptation to hold rudder against the drift. You see yourself sliding across the ground to the left, and a bit of right rudder crowds itself on without your intention. Students will almost invariably do this, but even pilots of long experience have been caught at it. So has the author. The tendency to consider motion over the ground more important, more real than motion through the invisible air, seems to be very deep-seated. The reasons why drift can't be stopped by rudder, can in fact not be stopped at all, have been discussed earlier in this book. The remedy is simple. Don't. How to fly by compass. Flying a compass course is something that the student pilot will almost certainly do wrong the first time he tries it. He will try to maintain direction by constant reference to the lubber line of the compass. The moment the lubber line wanders off, he will make a corrective turn. In short, he will try to fly straight by compass. This cannot be done. Once an airplane is in a turn, however slight, the compass goes crazy and no longer shows correct directions. This is because in a turn, even a skidded turn, the compass, being freely suspended in its bowl, banks itself up one way or another, and, once it is banked, the vertical pull of the Earth's magnetic North Pole becomes effective and turns the compass card. It will help a pilot to know just how the compass misindicates. While the ship's nose points in a northerly direction, the compass fails to indicate a turn, or even behaves as if the ship were making a right turn, when it is actually making a left turn, and vice versa. While the ship's nose points in a southerly direction, the compass is oversensitive to turns. Even a slight right turn will make it behave as if a pronounced right turn were going on. A slight left turn will make it behave as if a sharp left turn were being made. While the ship's nose points in an easterly or westerly direction, the compass is not unfavorably affected by turns. It shows them approximately as they occur, but with the ship on those headings, the compass goes crazy if you pull the nose up or shove it down, or if you make sudden changes in throttle setting. It will then show a turn even though no turn is going on. The compass behaves best while the ship is headed southeasterly or southwesterly. If you are ever caught above clouds without blind flying instruments and have to go on down through them, or in any other situation where you must use the compass as a blind flying instrument, fly in a southeasterly or southwesterly direction. With this possible exception, you cannot fly an airplane straight by using the compass, because you cannot use the compass unless the airplane is flying straight. To fly a compass course, you must fly the airplane straight by watching the ground below, or a distant cloud, or the stars, or, if you're inside clouds, by watching a special gyroscopic blind flying instrument. You must fly it straight even if you should have a strong feeling that you're flying in the wrong direction. Fly straight for perhaps 10 seconds, preferably more, and let your compass steady down. Then only look at it, take a reading, fly straight another 10 seconds, take another reading, and then, if your direction turns out to be wrong, make a corrective turn. Even that turn, though, must not be gauged by compass but by the ground, the clouds, or the stars, or special blind flying instruments. There is no point in trying to kick the compass around into the proper direction, because, once again, as soon as you are turning, and as long as you are turning, your compass is crazy, and its indications almost meaningless, except to an experienced instrument pilot who knows all its tricks. Rough air. It is in rough air that straight flight becomes an art, and the interesting thing about it is that you can do it all wrong and never know it. You merely think the air is much rougher than it actually is, and you take much unnecessary punishment. This happened to the author for many years, until an able Army flight instructor straightened him out. Here, as elsewhere in the art of flying, the natural thing to do is the wrong thing. The proper reflexes must be carefully exercised through proper training. The natural thing is to use the controls independently to keep the airplane straight and level. When one wing drops, lift it by aileron. When the nose swerves off its proper direction, kick it back by rudder. This is quite wrong, and anybody who really understands his controls ought to see that it is quite wrong. But still, it needs pointing out. The right thing to do is to use the controls in a coordinated manner all the time, even though at first that may seem tedious and unnecessarily laborious. What it really amounts to is that straight flight consists of a series of S-turns, the turns being shallowed out so much that the S finally becomes a straight line. This sounds abstruse. The best way to make it clear may be a close-up, slow-motion movie of a pilot who flies through rough air the faulty way, with a soundtrack added to put into words what he thinks. All right, the left wing drops, the pilot thinks, "That's what my ailerons are for," and picks the wing up with his ailerons. He does not use any rudder, for he thinks, "My nose is still pointing in the right direction, I don't need to turn, therefore I need no rudder." Note right here that his thinking contains two faults. One is that he forgets the adverse yaw and how the rudder must always accompany the ailerons and tidy up the mess they make. The other is that he thinks of his rudder as a turning control, forgetting that an airplane is turned not by rudder, but by leaning it into a bank and then lifting it around by back pressure on the stick. The movie continues. As the pilot gives right aileron, the left wing comes up readily enough, but the same aileron which picks it up also yaws the airplane to the left. First thing the pilot knows, his wings are level, but his nose is off to the left. He fails, however, to connect cause and effect. Instead of blaming the aileron yaw and using his controls with proper coordination next time, he thinks, "She's getting rough. Now she has turned me off course." Or worse still, he thinks, "Didn't pick that wing up fast enough, left her in the bank too long, and she started turning on me. Next time, let's be a little snappier on that aileron." Being snappier is a polite word for being rougher, and it will only make the adverse yaw effect that much worse. At any rate, he sees his nose off to the left of his proper heading, and pronto, he kicks it back where it belongs, by rudder. Perhaps he does this because he is ignorant and thinks of the rudder as the airplane's turning control. More likely, though, his trouble is that he doesn't think of this bringing back of the nose as a proper turn. He thinks he is only keeping the airplane straight. "That nose swerved off on me just now," he thinks, "but I wouldn't let it. I kicked it right back." Note what his error is here. Actually, that small correction is a real turn. The airplane is going in the wrong direction, and he makes it go in the correct direction. He is changing the direction of flight, and that makes it a real turn, though a small one. And no turn is ever flown correctly by kicking rudder. The movie continues. As the pilot kicks right rudder, the nose swings back to its proper heading readily enough, but the airplane as a whole, the heavy mass of it, moving at 150 miles per hour, keeps moving in the old, slightly wrong direction for a few moments, skidding slightly sideways through the air. An airplane will always do so if an attempt is made to turn it by simply kicking rudder. This skid gives an unpleasant little shove to the pilot's stomach and inner ear. "Gosh," he thinks, "how I hate rough air." The skid, persisting for a second or two, now has an effect on the inherent stability of the airplane, or its tendency to resist side slip or skid. It now makes the right wing go down. The pilot again fails to connect cause and effect. All he sees is that now his right wing is down. "Boy," he thinks, "she is sure getting rough." And he goes to work and picks up the right wing by aileron. Again, he does not see why he should use rudder, because at this moment the airplane is headed in the correct direction. Again, the adverse yaw effect pulls him around, this time to the right, and so the whole tiresome cycle repeats itself. The remedy is obvious. Simply use the controls as they should be used. Don't use aileron without using rudder at the same time to counteract the adverse yaw effect. Get rid of any remnant of the idea that rudder should be used only when it is intended to turn or to stop a turn. For proper flying in a conventional airplane, rudder must always be used when the ailerons are used, even if the ailerons are used only to counteract a gust. Finally, don't try to make turns, however slight, by rudder only. Make even the slightest change of direction by a regular turn, banking into the turn properly. coordinating rudder with your aileron, holding the bank until your desired heading has been reached. Unbanking then, properly coordinating rudder and stick. It will make that rough air much smoother. How to level off. To hold a contact altitude is easy enough in smooth air, if you can once get the airplane trimmed properly for level flight. There are several methods of leveling off for cruising flight after a climb. It makes little difference what method you use, but it is important to use some method, systematically, or else you'll fumble for a quarter hour. Here are some methods. On reaching your intended cruising altitude, or slightly before, you press your nose down with your flipper until your airspeed indicator shows the desired cruising speed. Then, manipulating your flipper so as to maintain that speed, you adjust your throttle so that flight will be level. Finally, you set your stabilizer control or trim tab control so as to take the force out of the stick. That is, so that you will not need to hold any pressure either way against the flipper. Another way of doing the same job would be this. On reaching your altitude, you set your throttle for the desired cruising RPM, and then, by means of the elevator, hold your nose higher or lower as necessary to obtain level flight. Meanwhile, keeping the engine RPM steady by readjusting as necessary. This way, you will finally arrive at a flipper position and an airspeed which you can maintain while also maintaining level flight and also maintaining the desired RPM. Finally, you set your trim tab so as to take the force out of the stick. Still another way is this. You climb beyond your intended cruising altitude by a couple of 100 feet. You set your throttle for approximate cruising power, and then you go down to your proper altitude in a shallow dive, thus quickly picking up your cruising airspeed. This method is sometimes used on fast, clean, heavy airplanes because such ships, if leveled off in the usual manner, will take several minutes to accelerate to cruising speed, keeping the pilot busy unnecessarily. In any case, however, it is important to use method and to be decisive. The tendency always is not to level off decisively enough and to keep on climbing. This is part of a general tendency, common to most pilots, to hang on mentally to any flight condition in which one is or has been for a little while. The same mental quirk will make you reluctant after a long cross-country flight to slow your airplane up enough for a good approach and landing. How to hold your altitude. To hold a constant altitude in rough air is difficult and demands close attention. Except at very low altitudes, you cannot see your losses and gains of altitude by looking at the ground. Hence, it is most important to glance at the altimeter every few seconds, without, however, letting the attention freeze on it. Catch the first small indication of any rise or sink and make corrections promptly. Promptness is so vital for two reasons. The earlier a rise or sink is caught, the smaller and less hurried will be the correction, hence, the smoother the flying. And with the altitude never varying much and corrections never violent, the problem of altimeter lag will be less bothersome. If you find suddenly yourself at 1,100 feet when you should be at 1,000, and then get rid of your excess altitude fast, your altimeter may lag behind the actual facts. It may still show 1,025 feet when you are back down at 1,000 feet, and if you level off when it shows 1,000 feet, you will be too low. A few seconds later, the altimeter will have caught up with the facts and show 975 feet. Thus, altimeter lag, just like any lag in perception, will make you over-control and make your flying rough. Just how should one gain or lose altitude to get back to a prescribed altitude? The accepted technique is to use the stick, raising or lowering the nose as necessary, and to handle the throttle so that the RPM remains constant. Thus, if an updraft carries you up, you must push your nose down. This, of course, causes your airspeed to build up. Remember, the elevator is really the speed control. Hence, you keep your engine from racing by throttling back. If a downdraft carries you down, you must haul your nose up, and as the airplane loses speed, you must keep your engine from slowing down by advancing the throttle. This is the technique now officially taught. Perhaps it should not be. It does permit altitude keeping with greater accuracy than any other technique. But perhaps super precise altitude keeping is not so important as our present training methods make it appear. It is important in aerial mapping, in some phases of military flying, especially in traffic patterns around training fields, in some phases of instrument flying, and, arbitrarily, purely as a test of an abstract skill in pilot flight tests. It is unimportant in most phases of flying. And this technique of holding altitude has the serious disadvantage that it teaches a use of the controls, throttle, and stick that is exactly contrary to their true functions and contrary also to the manner in which they are used in instrument flying. It helps to instill in the pilot's mind the dangerous, the positively lethal notion that the way to make an airplane go up is to pull on the so-called elevator. And it has an added disadvantage. When the air is rough, this method will often force the pilot into very fast flight, shallow diving merely to keep from being carried up by an updraft. But in rough air, excessive speeds make for excessive gust loads that may imperil the structure. A sounder procedure for level flight would seem to be this. The pilot holds his stick, and hence his airspeed, steady, and he regulates his altitude by retarding or advancing his throttle. For in the long run, only one thing will ever make an airplane go up: throttle. That is, power. It must be admitted that this method is slower in making altitude corrections, but it uses the controls in a more proper manner and teaches the student sounder reactions. In practical flying, the best answer to the altitude holding problem is often, don't hold your altitude. On a day with unstable air, the smoothest and most efficient cruising will result if you simply let the next downdraft undo what the last updraft did. Merely holding an airspeed throttle setting which in the long run keeps you at the same average altitude. Frozen attention. Be that as it may, in precision maneuvers such as are required for licensed flight tests, constant altitudes must be kept. To keep them, it is once more most important to catch the first small direction, and to do that, you have to keep watching your altimeter. And, concerning that, here is a trick. Don't let your attention freeze on it, for if you did that, some other phase of your flying would go wrong. And at the same time, don't let your attention freeze on anything else, such as your drift, for instance, for if you did that, your altimeter would go wrong. It is perhaps the most important mental characteristic of the good pilot that his attention is always dilated, spread, wandering, never concentrated. Maybe that is why it used to be thought that really good pilots were on the dumb side, or anyway not too brainy, and that too brainy a man made a poor pilot. The brainy, well-schooled man has a habit of concentrating on one thing at a time to the exclusion of all others, and of keeping concentrated on it until it is solved, or finished, or done. That you can't do with altimeters. An Army flight instructor taught the author a trick that has been useful ever since. Don't ever concentrate on your altimeter long enough to read it, he said. Just glance at it, and then look out again at the ground, horizon, and so on. Your eye will still retain the image of the dial, and you can then read it at leisure while looking at something else. In this connection, it seems advisable for a student to study the altimeter face closely and actually practice reading his altimeter on the ground. Have you ever noticed how often one's first instinctive interpretation of the altimeter is exactly wrong? You see the hand at 300 when it should be on 400, and your first reaction is that you are too high, and that sort of thing. For the family airplane of the future, someone ought to design an altimeter with a face similar to an ordinary household thermometer. He would help the owners to do better flying and would help in overcoming the awe in which the average man holds an airplane's instrument board. Still on the subject of attention freezing, and also on the subject of hanging on mentally to the flight condition in which one once is, you certainly can't afford, in a flight test, to watch your altimeter while it returns from an off reading to its proper reading. The tendency to do so is very strong. All you can afford to do is to give a quick glance, take notice that you are too low, put on some back pressure and more throttle, and keep your attention wandering where it ought to wander: flight path, coordination, planning, and so on. Then, after a minute or so, the airplane is bound to be back at proper altitude, and that is where you're likely to make a mistake. You see your altimeter showing proper altitude, and you forget what you did a minute ago. You forget that the airplane is in a slightly climbing condition. The airplane does not look as if it were climbing, and it is just then at the proper altitude, and you are naturally reluctant now to reduce throttle and put the nose down a bit. But if you don't thus take off the correction you put on a minute ago, you're going to be above your proper altitude in another minute. Such are the headaches of precision flying. Chapter 14. The Glide. The glide is the maneuver that first shows the student that flying may not be quite so simple after all, that the airplane has a perverse way of not going where you are trying to make it go. The other basic maneuvers, the climb, the turn, straight and level flight, are also extremely hard to do accurately. But in those maneuvers, we are usually well up in the air, and the pitiful drunk-like unsteadiness of our control does not show up so clearly. A mile up, a couple of 100 feet more or less altitude makes no noticeable difference. The altimeter needle points to a different figure on the dial, and that's all. And a mile up, you may be half a mile to the right or left of your intended position, and you will hardly notice it unless you look sharp. But the glide takes you back, out of those mile-wide spaces of the air, down toward the narrow, restricted world of the ground, until finally the airplane must arrive within a few feet exactly on the intended spot on the runway. And when the student first tries to do it, he overshoots or undershoots his aimed-for spot by thousands of feet. The difficulties of the glide are twofold. One is the problem of perception. The inexperienced eye simply cannot gauge exactly enough where the airplane is going. The other difficulty is a problem of control. In the glide, the airplane's response to the stick is almost directly contrary to common sense. Sooner or later, as the glide progresses toward the ground, even the inexperienced pilot's eye perceives that he is going to miss his spot, and he will then naturally want to take corrective action. If he is overshooting, he will naturally point his airplane down more steeply. But this natural reaction will only make him overshoot still more. Again, if he is undershooting, he will instinctively want to point his nose down less steeply and try to stretch his glide. But again, this instinctive reaction will only make him fall even shorter and may actually cause him to stall, spin, and crash. The problem of perception in the glide will be discussed in another chapter of this book. The present chapter deals with the problem of control, what the pilot must do to make the airplane go down more steeply or less steeply, and, equally important, what he must not do. Should you play your glide? Curiously enough, this is at the present considered forbidden knowledge. It is not usually taught to students. Flight instructors believe that a student should make no attempt to steepen or shallow his glide path, that he should always use the same glide, that is, the same gliding speed, the same gliding attitude of the ship, the same steepness of glide. The burden of getting the ship down onto the spot is to be entirely upon the student's perception. Instead of playing his glide, he should play his turns and his patterns. He must correctly choose the spot and the moment to close his throttle and begin his glide. He must then maneuver intelligently along one of the various standardized approach patterns, and he must properly time his final turn toward the intended landing spot, all the time holding that constant, normal glide. There are good reasons for this practice. The problem of visual judgment of the glide path is so difficult that the student simply can't master it if each time he tries an approach he uses a different glide, of different speed, and different steepness, or if he varies the steepness of his glide in the midst of any one approach. To do so would introduce too many variables into a problem that is already intricate enough, and it would leave him confused. Furthermore, control of the glide path sometimes requires that the pilot slow the airplane up, possibly that he fly it quite near the stall, and instructors don't care to contemplate slow flying by students whose sensing of speed and lift has not yet become subconscious. Especially near the ground, when the student is tense anyway and preoccupied with hitting his spot, and when he thus has not enough attention to spare for his airplane's speed and lift. Such flying is too likely to result in stalls, spins, and crashes. These objections, however, are all concerned purely with training, with the business of learning to fly rather than of flying. Experienced pilots do actually play their glides heavily. In fact, the trick of glide control is among the most important tricks of the pilot's trade. And there are good reasons why even the student pilot should at least know and understand how the glide is controlled, why he should even be allowed some supervised experimentation with glide control. For, as has been pointed out, when the student notices that he is overshooting or undershooting, he is bound to make some attempt to steepen or shallow his glide, whether the instructor approves of it or not. In case of undershooting in an actual emergency landing, his attempt to stretch his glide will be desperate indeed. His natural common sense attempts at glide control, however, are exactly wrong, and in the case of an undershot emergency landing, will cause him to stall and spin. Hence, by being shown how steepness of the glide can be controlled, he will not only know what to do, he will ipso facto know also what not to do. And in flying, knowing what not to do is often the more important part of wisdom. The secret of glide control. The secret of glide control is quickly stated. If you want to go down more steeply, point your nose down less steeply. If you want to go down less steeply, point your nose down more steeply. That's all there is to it. It is true, of course, only within limits, only of maneuvers that can properly be called a glide, rather than outright dives or outright stalls. The nose is lowered or raised only by a few inches, but those few inches are surprisingly effective. The rule just given runs contrary, of course, to all common sense, contrary to all one's experience with automobiles, sleds, boats, and other ground conveyances. And, because it runs contrary to one's experience, it is extremely hard to do the right thing, especially in an emergency when glide control really matters. And it is extremely hard to refrain from doing the wrong thing. But actually, it is entirely logical and quite in accordance with common sense. If you can see the common sense of it clearly enough, it won't be nearly so hard to do. Let us start with a simple case, a case so simple that it is not quite realistic. The realism will be filled in later. Let us assume that the day is completely calm. A student is flying an airplane that cruises at 100 miles per hour and stalls at 40 miles per hour. The student makes all his glides at exactly 75 miles per hour, for that is the speed that the instructor has demonstrated to him as the normal glide of that particular airplane. He knows exactly how the airplane sounds at that speed, how his controls feel, how much its nose is pointed down, and so forth. Those clues to speed and lift have been discussed in an earlier chapter of this book, and he also knows approximately how steep this ship's normal glide is. Let us assume that the ratio is 1 to 10. For each foot of altitude, the airplane covers 10 feet of distance. Our first job now is to analyze this normal glide. Just why has the instructor fixed this particular glide as normal? Why does he not recommend a glide at 90 miles per hour or one at 60 miles per hour? The instructor has set up this glide as normal largely because it is the best compromise between two evils. If the student glided much faster, he would arrive at ground level with too much excess speed, which he would have to dissipate before he could make a three-point landing. For the three-point landing is made at stalling speed, or close to it. The dissipating of all that speed would mean a long, drawn-out, floating landing, and this float is evil number 1. Evil number 2 is loss of control or an actual stall. If the student glided his ship much more slowly than the normal glide, he might inadvertently stall himself, especially since his attention is on the ground rather than on the ship. Also, as has been pointed out in the chapter on the ailerons, the controls of an airplane become somewhat inefficient and tricky in slow flight, even if the ship is not actually stalled. Thus, the normal glide is a compromise between dangerously slow speed and awkwardly excessive speed. The normal glide. Because it is a compromise between excessive speed and excessive slowness, the normal glide is also the airplane's most efficient glide. It is the glide that results in the shallowest path of descent, in which the airplane will cover, from a given altitude, the longest distance. This is so, and why it is so, is the core of the whole business of glide control. It should be clearly understood. If you want to glide an airplane very fast, you must point its nose down very steeply, since at high speed the fuselage, landing gear, motor, and propeller develop terrific drag. Hence, a very high-speed glide results in a steep glide path. The airplane in our example, which glides 10 to 1 at 75 miles per hour, would glide only perhaps 6 to 1 at 100 miles per hour. In fact, pilot's language would not call such a maneuver a glide at all, but a dive. If, on the other hand, you glide an airplane too slowly, you also get a steep path of descent. Pilots would say that this is because in slow flight, the airplane mushes excessively. Engineers would say it is because in slow flight, the airplane proceeds at high angle of attack and is being braked by much induced drag. The two expressions mean the same thing. If the airplane of our example were glided at 50 miles per hour, its nose would point about level, approximately at the horizon, much as it points in ordinary cruising flight. But it would not go where its nose points, but would instead sink, mush, downward continually, the angle between where it points and where it goes being the angle of attack. Its actual flight path would be steep. Hence, a very slow glide also results in a steep descent. Thus, the secret of glide control is this. If you want to come down more steeply, point the nose down less steeply. If, on the other hand, you want to come down less steeply, point the nose down more steeply. The normal glide, then, is a compromise between too slow mushy glide and the too fast dive-like glide. In airplanes of average design, this best compromise between dive and mush occurs at a speed about halfway between stalling speed and cruising speed. In airplanes that are exceptionally clean, it lies a little more on the fast side, closer to the cruising speed. In airplanes that are encumbered with lots of struts, wires, open cockpits, and uncowled engines, the normal glide comes more on the slow side, a little closer toward stalling speed. But always the normal glide is the glide of shallowest descent, the glide at which, in still air, the airplane will cover the greatest horizontal distance from a given altitude. That, then, is the condition of the student who approaches his intended landing spot in a normal glide. He is gliding the airplane in the most efficient maneuver possible and is getting the shallowest possible glide path. And now suppose he discovers that he is undershooting. What can he do? Undershooting. What he wants to do is obvious. He wants to raise his nose a little, holding the stick farther back, and simply point the airplane not so steeply down. And that is, of course, exactly the wrong thing to do. By doing it, he slows the airplane up, and, as it slows up, it goes to higher angle of attack. It begins to mush. The glide path steepens, and the maneuver accomplishes the contrary of what was intended. And that isn't all that's wrong with it. The worst part of it is that the steepening of the glide path does not follow immediately. The first reaction of the ship is deceptive. There is a temporary ballooning, which for a couple of seconds markedly shallows the glide path. It's only after those few seconds, when the airplane has slowed up, that the mushing and the steeper descent begins. This first brief reaction of the airplane tends to trick the pilot into thinking he has done the right thing when he has actually done the wrong thing. He was too low to begin with and instinctively brought his stick back. The airplane balloons, moving forward without losing much altitude for the moment, and the pilot thinks proudly, "Well, I fixed it." Then the mushing gradually develops, and still a few moments later, the pilot discovers that he is still too low, still undershooting. He is too low, too short of the field, largely because he raised his nose, slowed the airplane up, and caused it to mush. But he thinks he is too low, although he raised his nose. I did the right thing, he thinks, but apparently I didn't do enough of it. And so he brings the stick back another bit and holds his nose higher by another bit, and again the ship's first reaction is a brief shallowing out of the glide path, which again hides from him the fact that he is really all the time making his glide less efficient. First thing he knows, he has not only undershot the field by quite an unnecessary margin, but he also finds himself near the ground, all slowed up and near the stall, slow and low, and thus in trouble. Well, what else could he do to stretch his glide? In our present, somewhat artificial example, he can't do anything at all. The normal glide is, by definition, the glide in which the airplane will have its shallowest descent. Therefore, it makes no difference whether the pilot pulls his nose up more or points it down more, he will only steepen his descent. In the normal glide, the airplane is doing its best. Put it into any other sort of glide, and it will necessarily do a little worse. From this follows the most time-honored rule of flying. You can't stretch your glide. As we shall see later, this rule must not be taken quite literally. In practical flying, most pilots don't use the so-called normal glide. Also, there is usually a wind, and wind has an important effect on the whole problem. Hence, there are tricks by which you can stretch your glide. But the rule is certainly true as regards any naive, instinctive attempt to stretch one's glide. Any attempt to get a little farther is simply by holding the airplane's nose a little higher. Overshooting. Now suppose that the student, descending in a normal glide, discovers that he is overshooting his spot. What can he do to steepen his glide? At first glance, it would seem as if he could do either, pull his nose up or point his nose down. It has just been shown that any change from the normal glide will steepen the path of descent. The student's natural tendency, of course, will be to point his nose down in order to get down more steeply. This will do the trick, but only under certain conditions. It will work if the glide is a very long one. If you are at, say, 5,000 feet and want to get down steeply, a steep, very fast glide or a shallow dive will do the trick. But the whole problem of glide control arises only in the last few hundred feet of altitude, just before landing, and in such a short distance and time, putting the nose down will not bring you down shorter. Dropping the nose will result in a steeper glide path, but also an increase in speed, and hardly has the speed increased when it must be got rid of again so that the landing can be made. The flare-out then carries the airplane forward just about as far as it would have got if there had not been any attempt at correction, but a normal glide had been maintained all the way down. It may even carry you a little farther. This is because the flare-out, this long float, will be made close to the ground, and close to the ground an airplane is quite markedly more efficient than it is a little higher up in the free air, owing to the cushioning effect of the ground, which catches the downwash from the wings, and thus indirectly gives the wings more lift with less induced drag. No, if you are overshooting, pointing the nose down won't help. The only remedy is to pull your nose up and get the airplane into a mushing glide. Your instructor won't like it, and it is nothing to play with if you can't trust your perception of speed and lift on that particular airplane. But it does work. Short run and long run. It works, however, only after a certain delay. The airplane's first response, lasting several seconds, is a ballooning, as already described. The mushing and the steeper descent start only after the airplane has slowed up. This first ballooning can be quite disconcerting. You pulled your nose up because you were too high, because you wanted a steeper descent. And next thing you know, you are shooting forward almost without losing any altitude. But if you just hold everything for a couple of seconds, you will get your steeper descent. And not only will your descent be steeper, but you have then the additional advantage that you will arrive at ground level in slow mushing flight quite close to the condition in which you want to land. Thus, there will be no prolonged floating, And not only will the approach be nice and steep, but the landing itself will be nice and short. But remember, slow glides for a student are like fire for a child. He has to learn to play with it, but he has to learn with caution. A slow, mushy glide is a condition close to the stall. In such a condition, you cannot afford to make bad skidded turns. You cannot afford to tighten up on the stick or to let the speed and buoyancy of your ship temporarily fade from your attention. You have to react correctly. If you should suddenly find yourself stalled, or if the bottom should drop out from under you, or if one wing should drop, you cannot afford to come back on the stick or to attempt to level the wings hastily by sudden hard aileron. If anything goes wrong, feels wrong, or sounds wrong, your first reaction must be to get the stick forward, thus reducing angle of attack and regaining control. You must trust yourself to do this even if you should be close to the ground, and that's a large order. Just how much an airplane can be slowed up with impunity to get a steep descent depends upon air conditions. In rough air, any airplane needs more speed, but it depends even more on the airplane's stalling characteristics. Some are so nasty that you would never slow them up much below the normal glide. A few are so well behaved that cocky pilots sometimes bring them down actually stalled, shaking and buffeting and with the stick almost all the way back. In such a very slow approach, the path of descent is extremely steep, but the airplane is then in no condition to check its descent by the landing flare-out. There simply isn't enough reserve buoyancy. And if it were allowed to glide into the ground in that condition, it would flatten its landing gear and crack up. Hence, pilots of such ships develop the technique of dumping. Just before landing, at perhaps 50 feet of altitude, the stick is led forward and the nose is allowed to drop. The airplane then picks up new speed at the same time, of course, getting a sudden sharp sink. Hence, the dumping must be done early enough to avoid hitting the ground. Once the airplane has that new additional speed, it is then in a condition close to the normal glide, and a normal flare-out can be made to check the descent, followed by a normal landing. What pilots actually do. But now, let us make the story more realistic. In actual practice, experienced pilots don't use a normal glide during their approach, but a much slower glide. Most pilots actually slow the airplane up as much as is compatible with safety. They glide it just fast enough to retain good control. On the ship in our example, the experienced pilot would make his approach probably not at 75 miles per hour, but more nearly at 65 miles per hour. In smooth air, even at 60 miles per hour. He would do so for various reasons. In the first place, by bringing the ship in more slowly, he gets it to the ground in a better condition for an immediate landing. He won't have so much speed to get rid of or be bothered by so much tendency to float. In the second place, the slower, mushier glide gives him a steeper descent, and the steeper descent is much easier to judge. There is no particular reason to glide an airplane at its most efficient speed. The flatness of the glide is a liability, not an asset. Some extremely clean airplanes have so shallow a normal glide that an approach in that condition is just about impossible to judge and may be actually dangerous because the ship would have to be brought close across obstructions in the vicinity of the airport. How to stretch your glide. But the most important advantage of the slower approach glide is that it gives you a chance to stretch your glide. Consider, you have an airplane whose normal, most efficient glide resulting in the shallowest path of descent is 75 miles per hour. You fly that airplane at 65 miles per hour. Any time then that you're afraid of undershooting, you merely need to drop your nose an inch or two, and the airplane will presently become more efficient and its descent shallow out. That's why it is true that in practice you can stretch your glide. This is the rule mentioned earlier, one of the most important rules in flying. In the glide, if you want to get down more steeply, you must point your nose down less steeply. And if you want to get down less steeply, you must point your nose down more steeply. In practice, it goes against one's grain to push the stick forward when one is too low anyway. The student may find it a little easier if he remembers that our controls are wrongly labeled. The elevator is not the airplane's up and down control, but its angle of attack control, or, if you will, its speed control. Thus, the apparent nonsense of getting the stick forward in order to shallow out one's descent turns out to be pretty good sense. You simply put your speed control in the imaginary notch that will result in the most efficient gliding speed. Another thing that will trouble the beginner is that the ship's first temporary response is here again exactly opposite to its long-run real response. It was explained earlier that when you raise your nose in the glide to steepen your descent, the first result is a ballooning, a temporary shallowing of the descent, and that descent steepens only after this ballooning effect has spent itself. The same thing happens with the signs reversed. When you drop your nose in the glide in order to make your descent more shallow. The first result of dropping your nose is a decided steepening of the descent, a quite noticeable sudden sink. This is likely to disconcert the pilot who is anxious about undershooting. He may conclude that he has done the wrong thing and hastily raise his nose again. But if he will only sit tight for a couple of seconds, he will presently hear his speed picking up and will presently see his glide path shallow out. A few seconds later, he will have made up for that sudden sink. A few seconds still later, he will be far ahead of where he would be if he had continued his original glide. Wind effects. And now, let us add another touch of realism, the effects of wind on this whole business of glide control. There is almost always some wind. The last, most critical leg of the approach is, of course, always made into the wind, since the landing itself is made into the wind. And this headwind is an important aid in glide control. Take an extreme case first. Suppose that, in the airplane of our example, which stalls at 40 miles per hour and has its normal glide at 75 miles per hour, an approach is made into a wind that blows at 40 miles per hour. Obviously, by pulling his nose up and slowing the plane down to 40 miles per hour, the pilot could get a glide path of infinite steepness. The ship would sink straight down, making no forward headway at all. This glide steepening effect would be quite independent of the mushing that would of course accompany so slow a glide. It would be simply a wind drift effect. The ship would drift back with the air exactly as fast as it was moving forward through the air, and no net forward motion would result. This is an exaggerated example. The general fact is that, if you are gliding against the wind, you can steepen your descent enormously by slowing yourself up, even quite apart from any mushing. Take another exaggerated example. Suppose the wind is 75 miles per hour. Obviously, the airplane of our example will then make no headway at all if flown at its most efficient glide of 75 miles per hour. In that glide, it will simply descend vertically down, owing to wind drift. Although it goes through the air in an efficient manner, its flight path relative to the ground is not efficient. But let the pilot of that ship dive it at, say, 100 miles per hour, and he will shallow out his descent. He will no longer get only down, but will move forward as well. He could probably point his nose down 30 degrees and pick up speed well above his normal cruising speed, and still make better distance than by maintaining his normal glide. His glide through the air is then much less efficient, because it is too fast and the ship is nosed down too much. But his path relative to the ground will be more efficient. This, too, is an exaggerated example. The general fact is that if you are gliding against the wind, you can usually shallow your path of descent by gliding a little faster than your normal glide, even though in still air such a glide would be inefficient. There would be no advantage in giving exact figures here, since too much depends on the velocity of the wind and the speed of your ship. But on a day with average wind, you will find that you can gain distance very effectively by pointing your nose down an extra bit and flying perhaps 5 miles per hour faster than your ship's normal glide. And on a really windy day, it may actually pay to make the approach in a shallow dive. Inversely, a slowing up of the glide by 5 miles per hour is doubly effective if there is a wind. It not only produces mushing, but it gives the wind more chance to set you back, and thus to steepen your descent still further. Here for once we have a case where there is no on the one hand, on the other hand. All considerations, both of gliding efficiency and of wind drift, show that the way to steepen your descent is to point your nose down less steeply. By doing so, you diminish the efficiency of your glide, and you allow the wind to set you back. The way to stretch your glide is to point your nose down more steeply. By doing so, you increase the efficiency of your glide, and you allow the wind less time to set you back. Try it, and you will see that it really works. You are better off with your nose down. Of the two tricks, steepening the glide by pointing your nose higher and shallowing your glide by pointing it lower, the latter is the more important. For there are other ways of killing altitude, for instance, a side slip or an S-turn, but there is no other means of stretching a glide. But of the two tricks, nosing down is also the more difficult to do, for psychological reasons. The natural tendency is to pull back on the stick and to point your nose away from the ground. It rubs your nerves the wrong way to put stick forward and point the nose down at the ground, especially when you are really low and in a real emergency. A pilot who has succeeded in recovering from a stall or a spin at low altitude will usually report that getting the stick forward at that moment was the hardest thing he ever did in his life. Hence, here is a little sales talk designed to help you do the right thing in a glide when the going gets tough psychologically, when the temptation to pull the nose up becomes too strong. The thing to keep in mind is this: even if your glide stretching attempt should fail, even if you should not make it into your intended landing field, you will still be much better off if you have been doing the right thing and have kept your nose down than you would be if you had been doing the wrong thing and had tried to stretch your glide by holding the nose up. You will reach the ground in a better condition. Here's why. Practically the only way to kill yourself in an airplane is to hit the ground nose first. It makes little difference whether the airplane be big or small, fast or slow. Even a light plane, if it hits the ground nose first, is bound to kill its pilot. And even an airliner, if it makes contact with the ground in a glancing fashion, skidding on, is likely to give its occupants no more than a shaking up. This has been proved time and again in all sorts of ships, coming down on all sorts of terrain, including forests, swamps, and urban backyards. If the ship has only a few seconds after ground contact in which to decelerate, sliding to a stop, the jolt becomes bearable for the human body. Except for some freak accidents, practically the only way to hit the ground nose first is to stall in or spin in. Hence, the big problem in a rough emergency landing is to avoid a stall or spin and to get the airplane down to the ground under control. It must have enough speed and lift so that a proper flare-out can be made. Contact with the ground must be similar to a normal landing, preferably a rather fast wheel landing. The old-timers whose engines let them down often used to say that if you had to land on rough terrain, the thing to do was simply to imagine a nice airport under you and go ahead and land on it. Consider now what happens to the fellow who is convinced that pulling the nose up will stretch his glide. The closer the ground comes, the more urgently will he try to stretch his glide, and hence the higher he will hold his nose. Thus, he is bound to approach the ground in very slow flight, quite close to the stall. Now, when the ground finally comes quite close and contact is imminent, any pilot, whatever ideas he may have about glide control, is likely to come back on his stick a little. This is simply an instinctive reaction that is almost as uncontrollable as ducking or blinking when something is thrown at you. On a fast-gliding airplane, this reaction does no harm. In fact, it is useful because it comes naturally just when it is time for the landing flare-out. But if the airplane is gliding near the stall anyway, this same ducking reaction is likely to bring on a stall and a nose-first impact. But that isn't all. Near the ground, there is likely to be some turbulence. Normally, we get near the ground in slow flight only on the downwind side of a large landing field where the air is comparatively smooth. Hence, most of us have not the proper respect for the roughness of air low over ordinary terrain. This turbulence only shakes up a fast-gliding airplane, but it can throw a slow-gliding airplane into a stall or can so disturb it that the pilot, reacting hastily on ailerons and flippers, throws it into the stall. Fast gliding and slow gliding does not mean, of course, any particular speed in terms of miles per hour. It means that the airplane is gliding fast or slowly relative to its own stalling speed. For instance, 90 miles per hour would be extremely fast gliding for a light plane that stalls at 35 miles per hour. However, it would be rather slow gliding for an airliner that stalls at 65 miles per hour. To express it more precisely, fast gliding means gliding at a small angle of attack, while slow gliding means gliding at a large angle of attack. And even that is not all. Coming down on rough terrain, the pilot is bound to make a last-minute swerve to avoid some obstruction, and he is likely to make this turn a skidding one, misusing his rudder. Altogether, then, the chances of successfully mushing into a really rough forced landing are very small. The mushing is almost certain to develop into a stall or a spin. The old-timers used to say that if your nose is up when you hit, you can walk away from it. But that doesn't mean that the approach to a landing could be made nose high. If the approach is made nose high, the actual ground contact is too likely to be nose down. If you want to be able to get your nose up just before you hit, you must have kept it down until then. Now consider the fellow who is thoroughly convinced that the way to stretch his glide is to put his nose down. Quite probably this technique will keep him out of trouble in the first place, because he may succeed in reaching that open field. But even if he doesn't reach it, he is still better off. The more anxious he becomes about the relentless approach of the ground, the more firmly will he keep his nose down, or at least his firm intention to put his nose down will serve to counteract that instinctive ducking tendency to pull his nose up. When he finally arrives at treetop level, he has still plenty of speed. If now a fence or a pole line looms up between him and an open spot, he can use his excess speed and buoyancy to execute a last-moment zooming jump across it. Or if he wants to make a last-minute swerve to avoid, say, a tree, he can safely make it. Turbulence can't cause him trouble, and finally, he has the speed and the buoyancy with which to flare out, check his descent, and get his nose slightly up for the actual landing. Thus, it is a mixture of psychological and physical effects that keeps him out of trouble in the first place and, should he be in trouble, protects him. Glide control in the exact form in which it is described here does not work equally well on all types of airplanes. It works best on low-powered and medium-powered cabin ships of the kind most widely used in commercial or private operation and for training. Such an airplane is clean. Because of its cleanness, it can fly on a small power plant and hence is economical to own and fly. Its glide is shallow because of its cleanness and also because its small motor, when windmilling in the glide, does not have much braking effect. The normal, most efficient glide of such a ship comes at comparatively high speed, well toward cruising. On the old type of open cockpit, wire-braced, powerful biplane, the sort that is still used in some places for primary training, glide stretching by dropping the nose does not work so well. On powerful, heavily wing-loaded, well-flapped airplanes, the whole problem is altogether different, as we shall see. In the long run, most pilots will do most of their flying on clean, low-powered small airplanes, and most of our flight training is on such ships. But because open cockpit biplanes have traditionally been used for training, many of our training manuals are still written around those airplanes. And because the student will advance, or at least dreams of advancing, to big, powerful, heavily flapped airplanes, perhaps multi-engined ones, some of the training routine is shaped toward flying such airplanes. But in the process, we sometimes forget to tell the pilot how to fly properly the ship he is actually flying. Flaps. In big, heavily wing-loaded airplanes equipped with flaps, The things that have been explained are fundamentally just as true, but they are overshadowed by other more important effects. The glide of a heavily wing-loaded airplane is much steeper than that of a lightly wing-loaded one. Airport opinion has it that an airplane glides steeply simply because it is heavy, simply because it has not enough wing surface. This is not correct. A heavily wing-loaded glider, for example, has no steeper glide than a light one. The heavily wing-loaded airplane glides so steeply because of the drag of its power plant when it is windmilling in the glide. A fast, heavily wing-loaded airplane must necessarily have a big motor and big propellers. Big not only absolutely, but also relatively, in proportion to the ship's weight. In engineering language, if a ship has a high wing loading, it must have a lower power loading. In ordinary language, if you have small wings, you need a big engine. But in gliding flight, the power plant isn't pulling the airplane. It is being pushed by the airplane. The power plant acts as a brake. In a lightly wing-loaded ship, where the power plant is small in proportion to the ship's weight, that braking effect is not important. In a heavily wing-loaded airplane where the power plant is big in proportion to the ship's weight, this braking effect makes the glide quite steep. Thus, steepness of the glide makes the whole problem of glide control much simpler for the pilot of a heavily wing-loaded ship. The steeper glide is much easier to judge. Thus, the need for any corrective action is less likely to arise. Furthermore, if you are a little too high, it is usually enough simply to point the nose down more and dive the ship a little. Against the drag of the big power plant, it can't pick up much excess speed. In addition, most big heavily wing-loaded airplanes are equipped with flaps. Flaps have a double purpose of lowering the airplane's stalling speed and of increasing its drag, thus steepening its glide. As far as glide control is concerned, only this drag effect is important. With the flaps down, the airplane's glide is so exceedingly steep that there is hardly any problem of glide control. You simply make your approach high, close to the field, so that you can't possibly undershoot. Then you put on your flaps and are virtually certain not to overshoot. If you should be about to overshoot, you simply nose down more steeply, against the drag of the flap. The ship can't pick up very much additional speed in the first place, even if nosed down quite sharply. Flaps have the additional advantage that any excess speed which you may bring down to the ground can't bother you much. As you flare out, the flaps kill your speed in a matter of seconds, and no long floating is possible. All this in combination makes glide control on a heavy, powerful airplane rather simple and quite common sense. If you want to get down more steeply, nose down more steeply. The power descent. The glide is not the most practical way to make an airplane descend. It has many disadvantages. First and most important, accurate control of the flight path is too difficult, and even the most expert pilot, using all the tricks of the trade, cannot always steepen or shallow out his glide path enough to meet the requirements of the practical situation. Second, a fast airplane descending in a normal glide loses altitude so rapidly that the pressure change may hurt the passenger's ears. Third, the engine cools rapidly in a glide, and this may cause warping of valves and generally much engine wear, and may also foul up the engine so that it fails to take again when the pilot wants to use power again for some reason. Fourth, in heavily wing-loaded airplanes, especially with flaps extended, the power-off glide is so steep that the job of flaring out for the landing becomes rather difficult. For all these reasons, the trend in practical flying as opposed to primary instruction is toward increasing use of the power descent. The power descent, as a flight condition, was explained in Chapter 2. A simple, clean airplane, such as a light plane, will invariably have its nose pointing slightly up in a power descent, while its flight path is slightly down. A flapped airplane, whose power-off glide path with flaps extended is extremely steep, and whose nose in such a glide points very steeply down, however, will be in a level or slightly nose-down attitude during the power descent, while its actual flight path is quite steeply down. In any case, it is characteristic of this gait that the airplane is quite slowed up, so that it flies at high angle of attack. If the descent were made at high airspeed and low angle of attack with power on, it would be simply a dive and would be of little practical use, least of all as a landing approach. Most airplanes are flown in a power approach at a speed quite a bit slower than their normal glide, perhaps halfway between the normal glide and the stall. But the speed depends on circumstances. A pilot will keep plenty of speed on in an unfamiliar ship or in turbulent air, or on a ship which tends to turn nasty when slowed up. A pilot who is familiar with his ship and wants to make a very short landing in a small field will sometimes make a power approach at a speed only a few miles per hour faster than stalling speed. More than that, it was explained in Chapter 2 that some airplanes, especially multi-engine ones, will have a slower stalling speed with power on than with power off. This difference is due to the propeller blast, which keeps the stall from developing on those portions of the wings on which it would tend to develop first. If an extremely short landing is necessary, a pilot may therefore make a power-on approach at a speed at which, with power off, his airplane would actually be stalled. Then, when he finally has dragged it across the last fence, he needs merely to chop his throttles, and the airplane drops to the ground right then and there, stalled and definitely through flying. This is the method that results in the shortest possible landings. Needless to say, it is reserved for pilots of experience, and pilots of experience have sense enough to use it only when the risks are justified. The power approach has several advantages. It keeps the engine warm. It results in a slower loss of altitude than the power-off glide would. It brings the airplane to the ground along a shallower path, and hence makes the job of flaring out for the landing much easier. In fact, if enough power is used during the last stage of the approach, a flare-out may become unnecessary, and the approach may simply be continued until the wheels touch the ground. At that moment, the throttle is cut, the stick is pushed forward rather briskly, and thus a wheel landing is made. This is particularly useful in seaplane landings on glassy water, and also in night landing on unlighted fields. In short, in any situation where one's exact height above the surface is hard to judge. But the greatest advantage of the power approach is that the flight path can be so accurately controlled. Making gliding approaches in an ordinary airplane you will be doing well in actual practical operations, as opposed to flying school stages and flight tests, if you don't overshoot or undershoot your intended landing spot by more than 200 feet. And every once in a while, you may miss a whole airport. With power approaches, you can probably touch down within 30 feet of your intended spot, and you will never make those embarrassing extreme errors. The control of the powered descent is accomplished entirely by the throttle, and it is easy to understand. Exaggerating a little, one might say that the one extreme case of the powered descent is the slow mushing glide, that is, the slow flight descent in which the power is cut all the way back. The other extreme of the powered descent is slow, nose-high level flight, that is, a slow flight condition in which so much power is used that there is no descent. By varying your power between those two extremes, you can achieve any desired slope of descent between the steep slope of a slow mushing glide and the infinitely shallowed-out descent of practically level flight. There is nothing puzzling about it, at least not on paper. When you actually try to do one, you may get confused concerning the proper use of stick and throttle, and may wind up in a shallow dive or else in a power-off glide, or, more likely, in an erratic roller coaster-like series of dives, zooms, mushing glide, and so forth. Hence, a note concerning the use of stick and throttle in the power approach. The power approach is one extremely practical case in which it is definitely true that the stick is the airplane's speed control and the throttle is its up and down control. If you want to come down more steeply, don't nose the airplane down. Cut the throttle back, and then manipulate the stick so as to keep the airspeed constant. As the throttle is cut, the nose must indeed come down a little if the speed is to remain constant, but in a perfectly behaved airplane, the nose will come down all by itself if you merely hold the stick steady. Since most of our airplanes are not perfectly behaved, you may have to take some action with the stick to keep the speed steady. But as a matter of fact, This action may well consist of increasing your back pressure on the stick rather than decreasing it. This is because, with decreased power, most airplanes become disproportionately nose-heavy and actually want to pick up speed. At any rate, the thing to do is to free your working of the stick from any idea that the elevator is the airplane's up and down control. Work the stick so as to keep your speed steady. A steady airspeed is the key to a successful power approach. Work the throttle to regulate your descent. This is of course equally important in case you should find yourself rather low and want to descend less steeply. The natural tendency is to pull back on the stick and point the nose higher. This will then result in a loss of speed and in increased mushing and may actually fail to shallow out the flight path, except for a temporary ballooning. In addition, it will mess you up. Noting the very slow airspeed, you will hastily advance your throttle, and the final result will be that roller coaster-like series of ups and downs. No, if you want to shallow out your descent, simply open your throttle and keep working the stick so as to hold the airspeed constant. Here again, this will probably require a slight decrease in your back pressure on the stick. In talking this over with other pilots, you may sometimes be advised to use a different method, to put the airplane into a certain attitude, probably about level, and then work the throttle to regulate your descent, always keeping the ship in that same attitude. This method results, of course, in constantly varying airspeeds and angles of attack. But note that in this method, too, you do not make the airplane go down by pushing the stick forward, nor do you make it stay up by pulling the stick back. As a matter of fact, the handling of the stick works out just the opposite way. As you reduce your power to steepen your descent, you must come back on the stick if you want to hold the ship in its level attitude. This constant attitude method is second best. It is not quite as sure and smooth and foolproof as the constant speed method outlined above. But it has the advantage that it is easier to teach to beginning students. A student often has no real conception of angle of attack and cannot yet sense it very well, nor does he sense speed well. But he is invariably keenly conscious of his ship's attitude and can handle the job of keeping the attitude constant when he might fail at keeping speed and angle of attack constant. Also, it must be admitted that the constant speed method outlined above depends rather heavily upon the airspeed indicator, since with power partly on, one's sensing of speed and angle of attack is not too keen. Now, it may happen that a ship has no reliable airspeed indicator. Finally, many instructors think that the student's eye should be kept outside the cockpit as much as possible. Thus, sometimes this constant attitude method of making a power approach may be best.